Hmm. Can you hear you, Carlos?
Can't hear me?
Now I can hear you.
Oh, okay. All right, awesome. All right, friends, welcome to Pre-Market Prep. I hope you guys are having an amazing morning. Hopefully you guys had an incredible day yesterday. Good morning. Peter, how are you today, my friend?
Look, despite the technical issues we had this morning, sorry about that, everybody. We're a minute or two late, but it's always difficult when Carlos and I have to do the switch over and re-switcheroo. And anyways, but we got good. It's Carlos. I thought spring was almost here, and then like what happens every year, you get that false spring, and then real spring, comes a little bit later because the temperature is actually going to be dropping all day. So it's -2 now, which is 30 degrees Fahrenheit. And by the time the sun sets, it's going to be -16, which is whatever that is, 10 degrees Fahrenheit or 5, whatever that is. So, it's sort of weird. The temperature's dropping. Then we had a sort of freezing rain that turned into sleet, that turned into snow overnight. So people are driving around with their cars. Carlos, you know me. I've had these complaints for a long time. With like they've scraped a hole this big, and that's it, and they can't see. And of course, because this is stuck on their side windows and their back windows, and then they're like a snowdrift, and it's all blowing off their roof. Put me up there. Put Angry Peter up there, because man,
Where is that?
There's nothing that gets me more angry than that. And I want to go up, and every light I want to jump out of the car and go and scrape their car and show them how bad they're being. But anyways,
absolutely. There's Peter. Peter's rant for
that's right.
snow over
Scrape off your car.
Yes. All right, friends, welcome to Market Prep. Go ahead.
Other than that, I'm just fine, thank you. So. Yeah, and you guys remember this? You're talking about the background. I just randomly found this. Look at that.
I remember that. Yeah, Whiskey Weapons in Wall Street.
Wall Street. I was. We never kicked off that. We talked about doing that broadcast, doing like a, sort of a podcast type thing.
Yeah.
And we never got around to it.
I still think that would be an amazing show. I think it'll be very, very exciting.
Well, we have so much to talk about right now, from Florsheim shoes to wars to just life to shopping to all sorts of stuff. It's crazy. Anyways,
absolutely.
That's not here, and that's not now.
Yes. Friends, quick look at our gappers list brought to you by TradingTerminal.com. What we got going on this morning, seeing a little love for the airlines today. We got Delta, American Airlines bouncing a little bit. Couldn't get to that 950 on American Airlines yet. That price tag. So hopefully there's more downside for just me personally. That's what I want. But seeing some love here, gapping up a little bit. MU is on here. Man, AI, Peter. It seems like there's three things, actually two things I look at when I look at the newspaper that I find, or any news media, is AI and Iran, the war in Iran. That's it. But AI is just constantly in the headlines, and clearly Nvidia's got some stuff going on. Peter's going to talk to you a little bit about that later. NBIS with some news as well because of that, but giving some back this morning. I mean, people, I always mention I'm on the fence whether this thing is a bubble or not. I'm really on the fence, and there's days like this morning where it's like, man, this is the real deal. Seeing how much money and how much effort is being spent on this. And then I see something so dumb that I'm like, okay, this is gonna blow up. This is not gonna last, right? Like I see something like, so like we're so far from where this needs to be that yeah, this is not here yet. But yeah, so a lot to talk about there, and you can see Battle L looks like the fun might be over. This one's been keeping up quite a bit above 20, like around $19, but now seeing a drop here this morning, down 2%. I'll disappear there, and some other ones we'll get into. But before we do that, Peter, let's take a look at our U.S. economic calendar. And I don't know we uploaded that schedule, but we could just look at what you have. That's okay. We just could.
You're right.
Want to bring up your screen? We'll go right to it, and we can take a look at what's scheduled for today.
Your mic's doing that scratchy thing.
Oh, hold on. Let me see if I have some cross cable contamination here.
All right.
All right, I see it come up.
Yeah. Okay, but yes, on the economic calendar, yeah, we do have a couple of things today, but nothing major. We do have this ADP employment change, which should be coming in just a couple of minutes. That's a weird one, a weird time, 8:15 for that. And then we have pending home sales at 10. I don't expect the market to move. However, employment numbers have had a little bit more of an effect recently than they have in the past, so it's possible that we see some market reaction. But keep in mind, that's 8:15, so we're a full hour and 15 minutes before the market opens. So, it might not have a lasting impact, but keep an eye on that. We will see what happens. We'll let you know in just a couple minutes when that number comes out, what it looks like. And of course, we just have to watch the SPY and the Qs to see if it has an impact. The 10 a.m. Home sales, I don't expect to have an impact. The bond auction is not something we normally focus on. You remember there was only once when the bonds had a huge impact on the stocks, on the market itself, and that was when the U.S. bonds sold significantly under the anticipated return rate. So that was just one time that I ever saw it, frankly, and I have no anticipation that that's going to have an impact here today. I mean, it has a broader impact because the bond market's bigger than the stock market in terms of dollars. The trade hands every day, but I don't think it's going to be an event today. So that's what we got to look forward to. Otherwise, meaning it's pretty slow. Once again, news driven. Yesterday we saw the impact of news. If you look, you just have to look at sort of a 5-minute or a 1-minute chart. You can certainly see when news hit. And yesterday it wasn't even political news. It wasn't world event news. It was really driven by Nvidia and their GTC 2026 conference, which is GTC, an acronym in an acronym. It's the GPU Technical Conference. So, there was, you could certainly see later in the afternoon when that hit, because we were just moving sort of sideways, moving flat yesterday. And then we sort of jumped. Carlos, if you sort of scroll a little bit later in the day, should be able to see, I think, on a 5-minute chart pretty easily. There you go. You can see there the pop and the drop. Oh no, you're going back too far. Go forward. You got to look around 3 o'clock, I think, or something yesterday. There it is. There it is. You can see that big pop and drop. That was all driven by when Jensen Huang, the CEO of Nvidia, hit this stage and started to talk. And we got a slide on that, Carlos, or two. But when he hit the stage and started to talk about the anticipated, growth of Nvidia, which has already seen amazing growth, right? I mean, the growth of the company has been phenomenal, to skyrocket them to be the biggest company the world has ever seen and the biggest on the markets. I think we also have a picture of him on stage there yesterday. He basically, the big thing that the market was reacting to was not the launch of new products, which he did do, and he did launch a bunch of new products, as he always does. He gets up there and talks about their, new sort of line of GPUs, a new line of processors that they're putting out there. But the big thing was, he said that he anticipates over $1 trillion worth of pipeline revenue between now and 2027. So it was a little vague as to exactly what that means and what that means for growth. Keep in mind that the revenue for Nvidia was an impressive 445, I think. I'm doing that off of memory, so I may be off by a bit. Let me look it up while we're talking here. But it just under around 450 billion last year. And to suggest that there's $1 trillion worth of revenue through 2027, may mean that that's only, no, sorry, I was wrong. Sales were 215 billion. I was way off on that, so my memory is faulty. 215 billion. So that implies that there's a 2 times growth. I didn't even realize it was that big. So at least they're going to double their revenue each year for, over the next couple of years. I mean, the math might not quite work out. Depends on how he's measuring things. But that whatever measure you put on it, if they actually achieve anywhere near his believed targets, Nvidia still has a heck of a lot of topside. So anyways, all that to say, it was big news. They were talking about Nvidia around the world, and I think that it's a stock to watch. It's not on I don't think it's on our gappers either side here today, but it's going to continue to get attention and get volume, right? So I think it was top of my list. It's going to stay there.
Yeah, I'm watching this one too, man. So we'll see how this plays out. It's not on the list right now, but here's the action so far this morning. And you can see pretty quiet right now. Only 2.2 million shares traded. It is pretty much flat for the most part. But again, a lot of action after hours last night. Actually before the close, and we'll see what it does here. So I have it on deck, and another one, Peter, that's in line with this one. I know it's on the gap down, but clearly moving because of Nvidia. We got to talk about NBIS, right? This thing is scheduled to partner up with Nvidia, doing some AI stuff, some AI cloud and software. I didn't read the whole article, just a quick headline there, and you can see here the reaction, man, just wild. You spoke about this, I believe, last week. You had a slide on this. Here it is. But we're seeing some more reaction out of this. So maybe some more news came out on NBIS.
Yeah, well, so it was different news this time. Yesterday was the news, and this time it was Meta. So they did sort of partner with Nvidia last week, this week, and yesterday. It was all about this big deal with Meta, and it's a big deal. $27 billion deal over 5 years. For Meta, it's sort of whatever, right? It's amazing that a $27 billion deal can just, that they do that every day, right? That's activity before noon.
I could change.
for the deal makers over there at Meta. But for a company like NBIS, that's huge. So to suggest that they've got a $27 billion pipeline with just one client, you have to put it in perspective. This is a company that did 500 million of sales. Hey, that's a good size for any company, right? But 5 million sales, now suddenly they've got a contract for 27 billion over 5 years. That's 5 billion a year roughly, and rounding down, which is 10 times their last sales size just with this deal alone. So yeah, NBIS, I'm surprised it is not continuing to move higher. I mean, I feel like I'm missing something in understanding this deal. I might have to dig into it a little bit, but that's a massive deal right now. Of course, there's probably lots of challenges for them to actually achieve that. Right, it's great to get a deal 10 times your size, but how do you deliver that? You need to hire, you need to get more cash probably. There's all sorts of things they need to do. This morning they did announce that they are doing another issuance, another cash raise, $3.75 billion cash raise. So that's probably what's pushing it down, because these cash, basically it's not quite a secondary, but it's the similar effect. However, I mean, the news is still phenomenal for NBIS, and I think we should see more movement on it. We'll just have to wait and see, Carlos. I just don't know. Like, their daily volume is decent, but not fantastic. But this deal should propel them into a different level of market awareness and activity. So worth keeping an eye on these guys, I believe.
Yeah, I'm going to have both of these on deck, friends. NVIDIA and both NBIS. I'm going to add it here, giving everything going on. So big drop right now from 130 down to 120. So you got almost a $10 drop there at the moment, down 7.8. We'll see how that continues. Volume is there, 2.1. And yeah, looking forward to that one. Looking forward to that one. Should be a good one for today. All right, so that's kind of some of our top headlines here, friends. Let's continue on our gap up list. Let's finish this off. I see some travel sectors, some travel airlines on here as well. And IBRX, the first one leading the way this morning. So let's go to that one. We are up 7.2, 1.1 million shares traded on the daily. A little bit of some sideways action for the most part. But just a few minutes ago, we're getting this nice little pop here, Peter. You can see from $8 to about $9, back down to $8.80, and now it's just kind of happened around here with a little bit of volume. So Immunity Bio is the name of the ticker. They're not a low flow. They're sitting at 111 million shares flow, so a little bit higher. Could be interesting today. Normally, I don't like to look at this ticker. I kind of stay away from it. But today could be something happening here.
Yeah, they got some good news that I don't know who the NCCN is, but apparently they're influential. The 2026 NCNN Clinical Practice Guidelines in Oncology added basically this company's drug and Anktiva to their guidelines for the treatment of bladder cancer. So, it's always good when you basically get into the guidebook, right? What the 101 guidebook on what to do when you have a client with bladder cancer, and if it says give them Anktiva, that's good for this company. So this is why IBRX is moving up this morning. And I, this is a drug company, so which means this is the NCCN, the National Comprehensive Cancer Network. Okay, there you go. So I don't know how much. It's tough to always tell on these things how much it's going to continue to drive volume and give it an opportunity to trade. The trading volume has been up on this. Just looking at it, we've been talking about it occasionally because it pops up regularly. It's up from a little under 10 million shares traded to over 30 million shares traded on average over the last couple of months. So it's definitely a lot more in play. I'm still skeptical about trying to trade these things, but I've got to admit, Carlos, the volume looks good so far this morning at 1.1 million shares. The news is good. It might be worth putting just, we'll keep it on reserve in case it does something interesting. And if we don't have a full list of other stuff, then this one's a maybe. But I'm not that keen on drug company stocks most of the time.
Yeah, I like the maybe for now, friends. I am going to add that here. At the bottom, we'll put on a maybe next to our popcorn here. So this will be IBRX. All right, we'll put that on there for now. All right, let's see what else we have here. This Gappers list brought to you by TradingTerminal.com. So we got airlines, Delta, American Airlines, both on here this morning. Let's take a look at those and see how they're doing. If you look at American Airlines, up 5.4, 415,000 shares traded, and on the daily as well, seeing a little bit of a bounce given other conflict they've been getting, especially with what affects 1/3 of their operational costs, which is oil prices, right? So you can see that there in the drop over the last couple of days, but seeing some relief this morning. Same thing with American Airlines. So seeing a little bit of relief here after dropping all the way down to about almost 10.32 or so. So Peter, seeing some relief today as things look a little bit better for them. Still far away from where they started before they started dropping here, but looks like some positive news might be in the horizon for them.
Yeah, which is a little weird because we all know that prices have been going up for fuel, that is, and with the prices going up, a number of companies have sort of issued warnings saying that they're concerned about the fuel prices impacting their bottom lines. That being said, at a conference earlier, I think it was yesterday, Delta Airlines they raised their revenue guidance. So while they still are saying that fuel costs are going to be impacting them, they think that there's going to be more revenue opportunities. So I don't know. I mean, I have to assume that they know what they're doing, and they raise their revenue. So that's what's got Delta and American on the upside this morning. Is just the anticipation. If Delta's raising the revenue guidance, the expectation is the other major U.S. airlines are going to need to do the same, or should see the same growth. So yeah, we'll have to see where these things go. I don't know. I don't have a lot of conviction that they're going to move well because they tend to, even when they pop up on the list here in the morning, they don't do a lot over the course of the day. Now, just taking a look at American was your stock, Carlos, where you were looking for it to get down to $9 so you could end into it for a long-term hold, right?
Yeah, man. I'm not in it. So Melanie's asking also as well, did I get in the swing trade? No, I did not.
Yeah.
I'm waiting for 950. Like 950, it's usually what I get in.
Okay.
See, I got my little my little price line here. 950 or
Yeah.
lower, I'm in. I'm in the trade, right? So
Okay.
we didn't quite get there. Hopefully, there's
Not
still
yet.
some more
No.
downturn, and we can join that long term swing trade. So we're ready. We're ready for it.
Okay.
Um, but yeah, as far as today, as far as day trade, I mean, I'm going to watch American Airlines anyway. I might as well just put it here on the secondary because I am paying attention to it. So I'll put it on here, but I don't know if it's going to give us any actual day trading opportunities for us this morning. So we'll keep an eye on it and see where it goes. All right, let's see what else, friends. I see Oklo. We haven't spoken about this one in quite some time here. So Oklo, and here's the reason why. If you look at the daily, it hasn't done much, right? Oklo has been on our radar all September, into the end of last year, because you saw all the wild moves we're getting on this thing. So we're constantly talking about it. Since February and the beginning of this year has really come down a little bit. You can see that here on the daily. Decrease in volume and just a lot of sideways action. So not much happening there. Today they're trying to come alive here, up 6.1, 656,000 shares traded. Peter, not sure what's driving them today, but we're seeing some action out of Oklo today.
Well, we got a couple of things. If you check out the earnings calendar, you can see that Oklo is scheduled for earnings after the close. So that may get them. And we're seeing normally companies go quiet on the day of earnings when they release earnings after the close. Recently, we've been seeing more activity on them as they head into earnings. So on that earnings calendar, again, Oklo is probably the key one. I'm not sure if you have the earnings. There it is. You can see that they're the key one. Lululemon, we sometimes look at. That's after the close today. But, Oklo is probably the big one, I would say. Now, they've timed their news release fortuitously. I don't think it was a coincidence. They also have a news release. And Oklo, as we know, they're the ones that are making, not modular, not small, but, they're making more accessible. Anyways, they're making smaller nuclear power plants is the design, anyways, than what we've seen in the past, right? When you think of nuclear power, you think of that giant like concrete funnel, right? That typically you have at at an old power plant. They've got a whole different design, and we've talked about in the past how they've made them look like a little chalet or a church or something, which is good. But they also have the opportunity to name stuff really cool. And I think that's an advantage of their business model. So, because Oklo received a license from the U.S. Nuclear Regulatory Commission to handle basically RA-226. That would be radium, I assume, radium-226 at their Idaho isotope facility. But the group that received it, there you go. That's the design right there of their. So that doesn't look like any nuclear plant you've seen before, does it? But
No.
that's what they're targeting. So things that look like that.
I,
So it looks super
I'm
cool.
telling you, I find that in some mountains when I'm hiking or skiing, and I'm going in there asking for asking for a beard. A beard.
You're
I'm
looking
like,
for a brochure?
I'm look,
You,
yeah,
you
no, I'm
wanna? You
asking.
think it's a visitor
No,
center?
no, I'm thinking it's a lounge. I think I'm
Oh,
gonna ask for a beer. I'm gonna ask for
a lounge there. Okay.
A Guinness for St. Patrick's
Oh,
Day today.
I
For
think
happy St. Patrick's Day to those celebrating. But that's what I'm doing.
sure.
Oh my
Speaking of which,
goodness.
I have to run off for a second because I was so busy I didn't have a time to prepare. But yeah, it's yeah. I mean, I think that's their intent. They want it to look very unassuming, very unthreatening. I guess is what they're going for. So,
Yeah.
anyways, but within Oklo, it was their atomic alchemy unit. To me, that would be cool. What division do you work for? Oh, the atomic alchemy unit. That's a cool thing to be able to put on a business card. Anyways, yeah. So I want to be like the vice president of atomic alchemy. That'd be pretty awesome. Chief
Yeah, sounds
scientist.
great.
Anyways, all right, I do think that's cool. Anyways, but that's they received a license anyways to be able to manage those isotopes, which seems like it's important for their business. Maybe today will be the opportunity for Oklo. I don't know. Again, remember they have earnings after the close, so so that could increase the interest. Certainly pre-market we're seeing decent volume. Just under 800,000 shares right now, and an 8% move. And we'll have to see. We'll see if it continues to build as we head towards the open. If it does, it'll be on my list. If it doesn't, I may just put it off on a secondary, and we'll just look back at it if it does something.
Yeah, well, we sure will. Right now, starting to move some more, making a new pre-market high at 64.77. So I am going to add this to my list down here as well. So we're going to go over here and add it to our secondary list right next to American Airlines and IBRX. I got a couple of good possibles. We have traded Oklo in the past before. As I mentioned, we looked at it plenty of times when it does a lot of big movements, higher volume, especially towards the end of last year. I think Q4 and even some of Q3 was very nice. But today, again, we'll see what this means. Again, very weird that they were trading into their earnings. If not in play today the way we like it, definitely tomorrow we will see some action after earnings this evening. All right, heading back to our list here, friends. Let's take a look at what else is going on. I do see, what is JHG? Doesn't sound familiar. Janus Henderson. I don't know what this is. I don't think we ever looked at it. But right now, it's not looking good at all, guys. So we are up 3.1, 503,000 shares traded. It's not a low flow. It's 552 million, but it's very light volume off the daily. So look at the daily here. Very light volume for the most part. Seems like it does not trade very well. And look, if you look at this pre-market action, I mean, there's nothing to really see here. So I'm gonna skip on this one. I think we'll find better stuff to look at this morning than those there.
Yeah, and it's a buyout.
Oh, even worse. Okay, so yeah,
so,
that's
they're being bought out at $40 a share cash, plus some shares in the acquiring company Victory Capital. So that's who's buying them. So yeah, it's not going to be that big of a trader.
Okay. All right, we'll leave that alone, friends. We got one here that should be interesting, given all the tech stuff and semis and all this stuff happening with Nvidia. Is MU. So MU, right, could be a sympathy play. But we're up 2.5 this morning, 1.5 million shares traded. So that's looking really nice right there. And you could just see the action on the daily. So I like MU. I think it looks very good. I think it's worth adding to the list. If you look at the daily, is this all-time highs here just recently? Are we doing that today? It looks like it is. Let's go to weekly. Just make sure. Yeah, we're just under it. Do I got this right? Yeah, we're just under the all-time highs. Yeah, that's correct. So right over here, guys, is your all-time highs. We're testing it right now. We did yesterday as well. We're back at it again. Man, MU just finds a way, my friends. Finds a way. And we're seeing that here this morning. So love the way this looks here. Going to add this to our list as well. Oh yeah, I could see why that's happening. All right, let's see. Let's check in with our expert person here that can tell you if what's going on here.
Yeah, maybe. Woohoo! I've realized a problem now with our technology here, Carlos. Look, it's St. Patty's Day, which means that my green St. Patty's hat, it thinks it's part of the green screen. So you can't see my hat. I got a problem. Let's see here. See here, now you can see behind the scenes. Let's look behind the scenes. This is what it looks like in here for real. I mean, no, it doesn't. This is what it looks like. This is what's happening. Anyways, we're so I can't do my hat. We've got the whole green screen going on, and can't wear green. The same colors. I know. So St. Patty's Day is now a problem if you're on a green screen, I guess. So it's oh well.
Yep.
It's and look, but I could do like interesting things. I could make my head disappear now. That's anyways.
Yes. Well, the world of magic. Love it.
Magic, the world of TV. Welcome to live video. Anyways, here we are. So welcome to St. Patty's Day. Now, I'm curious out there how many of you actually go and celebrate St. Patty's Day. I feel like it used to be a bigger thing, but maybe it's because I'm older. Could we do a poll, Carlos? Would that be something we could do? let's put a poll. Do you go out for St. Patrick's Day, or do you celebrate? As either question. I'd be curious how many people actually do anything. I'm not a beer drinker, so I don't drink beer ever. So, but I'll drink some Irish whiskey today. Maybe I could do that in celebration. I got a couple of bottles of Irish whiskey, some Writer's
Mm-hmm.
Tears. I think I've got that. I
No,
probably got one
no
other.
Guinness for you, Peter.
No Guinness for
No
me.
Guinness.
No,
Oh man.
I just
Oh
I can't stand beer. I don't know why
yeah.
people like it. I'm not a.
Oh,
I don't
it's
like
it's
coffee either. So, don't look at
yeah,
me.
yeah.
I'm apparently weird compared to most of society. But
No, I went through a lot of years without drinking coffee, so I get that 100%. But beer's good. Beer's good. I had to switch to beer because when you go out to these events and you're drinking heavily, if you're doing that with heavy alcohol, you're not gonna last. So you got to pound the beers, because it's just what you do at. Like I cannot go to a football game, a tailgate game, and say I'm gonna drink Woodford Reserve the whole entire time. I'll be out by halftime.
mm,
So yeah. All right, friends. We're talking also about MU. We'll do that poll in a second here. We're talking about MU. MU looking good towards the all-time
right.
highs, Peter. I didn't know that. Gonna add it to the list. I'm gonna put it here next to Nvidia. Man, my list, friends, it is all tech. Tech and all AI semis. Nvidia, MBIS, and MU looks good this morning, hitting all-time highs. Going to add that to the list as well. And then if we continue here, any news on that one, Peter, before I continue?
Yeah,
actually?
they did announce that they are ramping up production for their HBM4 chips. This is the DRAM chips that support NVIDIA's Rubin AI platform. So with NVIDIA announcing sort of their new chipset and their different platforms, and the fact that they're expecting their business to grow to $1 trillion in sales over the next couple of years, yeah, that Micron is sort of riding that wave with them announcing that they're ramping up production to be able to support that additional growth in chip volume. So I don't know how far these companies can go. Like, there's got to be an upward limit as to how many people, how many organizations can actually buy the chips, right? Like, the planet's of a limited size. I don't know. I guess we haven't hit that limit yet. But I got to say, having just bought a PC yesterday, so for everybody that dealt with us yesterday, my apologies and thank you. Don't worry. Next time I sit in for Carlos, I should be able to run off of a different machine, which will
Nice.
be much, much, much faster. So it's amazing to me how the chip technology continues to progress, Carlos. And just to
Yeah.
digress for a side to a side quest here for a second. My PC works great for trading, right? No issue. It runs 6 monitors. It's perfect for trading, but for streaming, it doesn't. And I was looking into it. Gaming computers are not good for streaming. You actually want a different chipset than you do for gaming, because streaming requires multi-threading, whereas gaming requires apparently on-chip caching so that you get smooth gameplay. And that's anyway. So it's apparently a different chipset. So Intel chips are much better generally than AMD chips. AMD chips are better optimized for gaming on average, whereas in Intel chips on a CPU side are much better for what we're doing. But anyways, I was learning all this stuff yesterday, and I thought it was fascinating, and also how some run hot and some different chips run cold, and you got to know. And oh my God, there's so much to learn. But what amazed me is my 6-year-old custom-built computer, which was super high-end when I bought it 6 years ago and works great. If you look at its relative performance to a current computer, they do these in cycle times or whatever the measure is. Anyways,
Yeah.
mine performs at a level of 1900. I'm like, okay, 1900, that's pretty good. If you buy a computer right now at mid to high end, it's performing at around 30 to 40,000.
Yeah.
So literally it's 20 times faster, 20 times more efficient at doing what we're trying to do than mine.
Yeah.
I thought maybe it would be 3 or 4 times better, not 20 times. That blew my mind. So I was really thinking about that a lot, and I'm thinking maybe I understand a little bit better why there's been such a rush for all of these chips, Nvidia's growth, Micron's growth, right? Like I don't know, as a general consumer, you don't necessarily think about that. At least I don't. And even sitting here, I've never actually done the comparison, and that's just a retail side. Imagine how much faster and more advanced the top end AI chips, right, that are doing the super heavy, compute loads must be. And if you want to stay at that leading or bleeding edge, right? You got to keep buying this stuff. So I thought Moore's law was over, but apparently it's still in effect. For anybody that remembers or has dealt with that, you know, Micron. Sure, why not? All right, we could grow significantly, especially with Nvidia being so bullish on their future prospects. So let's go, chips to the moon.
Yeah, no, it's a thing, man. Obviously, even reading an article about PlayStation. So PlayStation got their PlayStation 6 coming out, and because there's so many demand for chips, they have to delay their release date because there's not enough chips for them to put into their machines to be ready for their release. So, I mean, I'm telling you, no matter what happens with AI, if it's a bubble or not, these guys, Nvidia, the software makers, the chip makers, the MUs of the world, the AMDs, they're gonna make out because they're gonna make the chips. They're gonna ship them to you. You're gonna pay for them, whether you make money with them or not. That's your problem. You know, these guys are gonna cash in
Exactly.
hand over fist.
They'll sell you.
Oh yeah, that's it, man. Whether you make money or not, that's on you. So there it is. All right, let's take a look.
You're saying the benchmark score, yeah, for the highest end is 70,000. So there you go. You know, I think the unit I bought had a benchmark score at around 40,000 or 38,000 or something, which is pretty good. But yeah, I wasn't paying $6,000 or $7,000 or whatever it costs to get a desktop at that power. So, in any
Yeah,
event, cool stuff.
yeah, yeah. Um, All right, friends, let's continue here. Gappers list. That kind of covers the gap up. I do have NVTS here, NVTS. And let's see here. What do we got going on? This morning, we're up 2.4, 398,000 shares traded. Yeah, it doesn't look great pre-market. Daily also looks a little bit, actually, daily looks a little bit better because you do got this nice pop from a couple of days ago and just kind of hanging out here between 10 and 11. I'm not a big fan of what's this Navitas semiconductors. I think there's better things to trade, Peter, unless they have some kind of news you want to share with us today.
Well, they do. Look, everybody's jumping on board the Nvidia bandwagon, right? Because again, Nvidia's got their biggest conference, this GTC, this Global Tech Conference, or sorry, this GPU Technology Conference that's happening, and it's sponsored. You know, Nvidia puts it on, but all their partners and everybody joins there. And this is where everybody saves all their big release notes, right? They want to make a big splash. They want to jump on board, especially as Nvidia starts to announce new things. They will announce their new stuff. Navitas announced their new stuff, that they've got a new 800 volt power delivery board that is going to specifically support the Nvidia AI data centers and AI chips. So it eliminates some of the old connection. It's bottom line, better tech, better supporting tech for the Nvidia AI, and it just shows how, like, the whole industry, right? I mean, this is Nvidia is sort of the tip of the spear, but there's a very long shaft on the spear behind it, right? That all of these companies that benefit, if Nvidia says they're going to do $1 trillion worth of sales, there's a whole bunch, there's a big pipeline, right, that benefits as well, that also has to ramp up, achieve production, volumes, et cetera, et cetera. So it's going to be interesting to see how this plays out. It also sets really high expectations, doesn't it? Right? So all these companies now are on notice that they've got to sort of step up and build more. And that's when we've got, we got a lot of risk, don't forget, in this sector as well. China has, never sort of stated officially their intentions with Taiwan, but everybody knows they've been they've been they've been aggressively posing. They've been barking at the gates, if you will, for a while here, and that's a big risk, right, for global semiconductor production. As we know, it's largely done out of Taiwan and the manufacturing facilities that have been established there. So TSM at the forefront of that, of course. So like there's a lot of uncertainty around the sector that we generally tend to ignore with the excitement of the potential growth. But and Carlos, like you were just pointing out a minute ago, also, what are companies going to do with all this, right? Like, again, who's buying? How do they keep buying and replacing? I mean, the old stuff is getting junked or handed down or sold for pennies on the dollar. I mean, again, there's got to be an upward limit to how many customers you've got, and there's got to be customer fatigue at some point. However, it seems like we haven't got there yet. So
Yeah.
let's go. I mean, from a trading perspective, I will trade these stocks for as long as they're willing to give us good value. And yesterday, Nvidia wasn't a great trader, by the way. Yesterday, the great trader yesterday was Tesla. And it's not on our list. It is gapping up this morning, but not quite enough to make it on our list. It's marginally up here, but it did just go green while we've been talking, by the way.
Hmm.
But yesterday, it had a great move off the open. Carlos, I was very upset. Right, like opening minute, I had an
Yeah.
opportunity to get in, and I'm like, I'm just not sure. And I didn't, and Andrew did, and he made a killing. Like literally just in like a minute into this open.
uh,
And I was sitting
ouch.
there going, "What?" Like I called it out. A bunch of our members here
Yeah.
on YouTube traded it, and I just sat watching. So take the damn trade.
Ouch, man.
Oh,
Ouch, ouch, ouch. Yeah,
yeah,
yeah.
yeah. Good move though.
I like Tesla. We want to add it on here. Hopefully, it does the same today. Right now, pre-market, as you mentioned, going green as we're talking about it, not making any of our gap up or down because it's not hitting that 2%, but going green this morning. So I'm going to add that here to the list as well. All right, here's the poll. The poll
It
is,
feels like, sorry, just on
yep,
Tesla, it also feels, oh, the poll, there it is. We got the poll. Yes,
yep.
sorry, Carlos, I was interrupting you.
No, no, go ahead. On Tesla.
Not anymore. Never really did. All right, I got to answer the poll for myself. But Tesla's jumping on this bandwagon too, right? Like AI is for everybody. But they say within the next week, Tesla's Terafab, which is their gigantic chip fab for AI chips, is going to launch. So apparently, I mean, what does it mean to launch? I don't know, but apparently they've got they're going to open it now. They still have pipeline issues. Apparently they don't have enough materials to actually go and start producing chips and in any quantity. But it's interesting that think of the companies we've heard that aren't chip companies, but have also said they're going to start producing chips. Presumably, it's because of, it's a lucrative market and it makes sense for them to make these billion-dollar investments in producing their own. There's a number of companies, including Tesla now, that have said, well, they're going to start making their own chips. Right? Whether they physically make them or they design them, there's different approaches. Meta and Google both said that they were designing chips. I'm not sure if they're planning to produce them, but they were definitely designing them. Tesla is going to actually physically manufacture them, which is interesting. So, yeah, well, Carlos, again, growth industry here. Like you can't go anywhere within, in the trading world without running into AI. It seems, in almost every conversation. So.
Yeah, yeah, agreed. Tesla on my list, friends. So right now, so far, Nvidia, NBS, MU, and Tesla. All right, early poll results, very early right now. Let's see how we're doing here. Give me a second. What do we got going on? So for the most part, yes, still do
Wow.
only 11%. Not anymore.
Got a bunch
Never
of
really
boring
did.
people.
Look at that. Never really did 60%. So a lot of people never really went out. They were busy here learning how to trade. So, yeah, there you go.
Yeah.
So
All
that's a
you're
bit.
all
I did not
boring.
expect
I have
that.
to admit, I'm in that
Yeah,
group too. I never really did. I never went
never
because
really
I don't,
did here too. I did one like
I don't care what the
once.
color of the beer is. I don't drink.
Yeah, because they invited me, but never really made it like a thing. Oktoberfest now. I love Oktoberfest. That's a whole different story. Oh
Well,
yeah.
yeah, that's
We'll
cool.
do that we'll do that a little bit later. We got a couple of months to go. All right, let's continue. Friends here. What do we have? SMR. Let's Kiwi Lavoski agrees. SMR here, friends. We're up 22.1 this morning, 965,000 shares traded. So we see the action there today. Again, is this similar to Oklo, Peter? Is that what we're getting some kind of push up here? Are we in the same boat on SMR?
SMR, yeah, it sort of is. I mean, I was looking at them a little bit earlier. This is New Scale. No, I mean, I think they're just sympathetic to Oklo with Oklo's moves. 'Cause I don't see any news out of New Scale Power here. So,
Yeah. So
I so I want to address Dad in Brooklyn. You got some comments here. Please record the session after the same video. So I wonder what session you're talking about. If you're talking about these live sessions, they're all there in our feed. You don't even have to be a Lambo and Garbage Truck member. You could go and see any of the live session. Just click under where it says live. Go to YouTube, Bearable Traders, right? And then under live, you should be able to see all the live videos, every sort of pre-market show that we've done back to for years. So if you discussed it at a previous live show, if you want to see what happened in the chat room, you've got to be a member in the chat room. Yeah, that stuff, the chat room stuff, is not recorded or posted. It's live for our members while they're in there.
Yeah.
So.
And I get if you're a member, and so some of the comments is, hey, I'm missing Jared, I'm missing the pre-market show. We try recording Jared and the live shows from Andrew, and we saved them. Takes a lot of memory, a lot of work. Nobody went back to watch them. So when we saw that, we're like, okay, this is worthless. We're doing this whole process, we're storing all this memory, and nobody's going back to watch them. Now, maybe people have changed. Maybe they have more time to go back and watch them. So something we could bring up and see if there's value to it. But sometimes we record it and we look at the stats of actually the replays of videos. People don't go back to watch them. So I'm not saying you're that case, but to put all that work in place and get 2-3 people to go is very tough to justify the cost for that. And the work. So again, we'll have to look into that. All right, friends. So that is our gap up. It continues to grow a little bit. I see more and more tickers making their way over here. I see United Airlines also coming up on there as well. And we'll take a look to see if any more that makes sense for us to look at or make their way over here. Now on the gap down side of things, right? On the gap down side of things, we're looking at TME. Too many letters in that one. TME here. We are down 12%. 10-cent Music Entertainment. What are these? I feel like I heard this name before, but they're down 12%. 1.2 million shares traded. What do they own? They own something else that's bigger, right? Is it TikTok?
No, they're the Spotify of China. They're part of they're part of the Baba Group, I guess, and
Got it.
They're part of what was the famous CEO that got himself arrested and then released, and I can't remember his name offhand, but what was his name? Anyways, but they had earnings. This is why it's on the list. 10-cent Music is they are had earnings, and it wasn't a bad showing, really. They beat on revenue. They didn't quite beat the earnings per share. They missed that number, delivering only 20 cents earnings per share. They did announce a 24-cent dividend. And Jack Ma, thank you. There you go. That's the name I was trying to remember. Jack Ma. I remember when he was like fleeing from the government, and then he came to a deal, and then he was out in the open again. And anyways, so 10-cent Music, anyways, had earnings. This is why it's jumping up. You'd think this would trade better than it normally does. It really just doesn't usually trade very well. We do have decent volume there this morning, and it feels like this push down is a little bit overdone, but this must be matching. I believe this is dual traded. It's most likely traded on the Hong Kong exchange, which means it's probably doing a little catch up here with this drop pre-market. So it probably might be worth watching, Carlos, but I'm not convinced it's going to trade with enough consistent volume that we could get some good money out of it.
Yeah. Same here. Maybe popcorn. I mean, I do like what we're seeing as far as the pre-market. Is it going to last? We don't know. I'm going to put on the popcorn ticker just to remember to come back and look at it and see if there's anything that we can take away from it. All right, heading back to our list, friends, we got a AXTI. Take a couple of looks at AXTI here. We're down 7%, 248,000 shares traded. Wow, we haven't seen there's one low flow on the list now, but not a lot of low flows on this list today. A lot of stuff is just pretty high here. XTX is only 37.4, so a little bit on the lower side, but kind of the first low flow that we look at today. Here's a daily. You are getting a little bit of volume throughout the day. Daily looks actually pretty interesting. Can move a lot. Some of these candles are $5 on the daily, so you can get a lot of movement out of this one. Peter, we are getting some action. AXT is the name of the ticker. What is XTI? What's going on this morning?
Yeah, this is a semiconductor stock, and unlike most of them that they're jumping up, this one saw a big pull down yesterday. Largely it's because concerns that insiders were selling, and I always have to be cautious that Look, there were a number of insiders that were selling, but the stock is also at all-time highs, and you got to expect the insiders to sell, especially when the stock is at critical numbers like $50, right? It was at the $50 mark yesterday, and it was there on Friday. So sure, they're going to sell some shares. The CEO, the CFO, a couple of directors all sold shares, but the amount that they sold in every case that I'm looking at here looks like in every case it was sort of less than 10% of their holdings. The CEO sold 100 and if I aggregate here, like 140,000 shares. But he has 2.5 million. So sure, sell 140,000 shares, put 5 million bucks in the bank, and you still have a 2.5, 2.3 million left. Like, no big deal. Anyways, in my opinion, so I feel like the selling's overdone. It's down as a result of that. Unfortunately, it's just a shame this doesn't trade with better, consistent volume. So probably not a
Yep.
good one for our list.
Yeah, I agree. We'll leave that one alone here. We did talk about NBIS earlier, so that one is covered. It is on my list. Again, let's take a look on how it's doing now. Has dropped a bit here, down 5.8, 2.8 million shares trade. So here's the daily on it at the moment. We'll keep an eye on that one, but looks really good for today's action. AAOI back on our list. We saw this last time I was on here last week, and today we're dropping 5%, 314,000 shares trade. As you can see here, daily looks very, very active, especially starting this February 27th, right? That's when it kicked off. We started seeing this increase in volume and increase in movement, Peter. The fun seems to continue on this one as far as movement and volatility, but not so much as far as direction. We're getting a bit of a drop from the previous highs here.
Yeah, well, once again, insider sales, a whole bunch of insider selling. I mean, not a whole bunch, a little bit of insider selling. Once again, not significant. Again, hit a significant level, right? For the first time ever, Applied Optoelectronics here, AAOI, their stock was over $100. People are going to put in sell orders when it's over $100, especially if they got in and they're who knows what their net cost on it was. I assume these are options that they were selling. But if you've got a net option cost of 10, 20, $30, hell yeah. And maybe even less if you got them before 2023. You could have had it at a net price of under $10, like a buck or two. So why not? I mean, sure. And almost all of these sales were around the $100 mark, right? So that makes sense to me. So
Yeah, yep, agreed. Are you gonna watch this one? I'm probably
no,
not.
this is another one of those secondary semis that just doesn't trade with enough volume.
Yeah, I think there's better ones to look at, friends. But if you like it, if it fits your style of trading, definitely take a look at it. I'm gonna stay away from it. Bat L seems like the fun might be over. This is a one that just got going with the oil prices spike, and you can see it here. And now we're just kind of giving some back for the most part. So again, for some reason, this was the one that just it came on and it got some endorsements and it started moving, but looks like we're dropping back down to reality here. Down 4%, 705,000 shares traded. It is shortable. You do have shares for sure, about 40,000 or so not that many. And then it's on SSR as well. So again, just be careful with it. I'm not going to keep it on my list. I think we kind of know what's going on with this one since we talked about it so much in the past. Peter, anything to add as far as it this morning?
I mean, the news is what we already know, that oil prices had spiked last week with severe concerns over supply constraint. They seem to be dropping. I mean, the concerns are still there, but with the reserves being released, and and I guess the market is reacting, believing that I didn't. We talked yesterday about offshore production off the coast of California being restarted for the first time since 2015, as authorized by the Trump administration. That may ease supply concerns. I don't know how much oil they can start to get out of those wells off the coast of California quickly, but oil prices are continuing to drop a little bit. So I assume that it's enough. Yesterday I was speculating that it would take them a while to ramp things up. You can't just turn it on. But we did a little research. John was here with me doing some research, and he was clear that yeah, you can. Apparently, they can ramp up very quickly because they've kept them sort of in a state of readiness. Some of those drilling platforms. So yeah, but I don't know. I mean, it's all about perception, right? It doesn't really matter how much volume comes out of them. It matters
Yep.
what the perception is, because that's what drives prices, right? Oil, stocks, everything. It's all, what people think is going to happen or what they aspire to happen. So,
Yeah, agreed. All right, let's continue here. Let's do COHR, another one that we've seen plenty of times. I never liked the volume on it. I never liked the way it trades. We've seen it on our list plenty of times in the past, so I'm going to skip on it. I'd rather watch other stuff or usual suspects that I know can give us better opportunities. Today here, they're down, Peter, slightly. Anything to add on this one?
no, not on COHR. This is a lower volume type of stock. And it's the volume it just barely makes our list today. This is one that trades only a couple million shares a day. I don't even see any news on it really, so not sure what's going on. Not interested.
Yeah. All right, we'll leave that one alone. All right, and I want to get down to CoreWeave because I know that one is a good one. It can also trade very well, and then we'll go to you, Peter, that we might have missed earnings, either gapping up or down, what you have on your list. But CoreWeave is one that can trade well. We had it on our list plenty of times before. Today they're down 2.6, 589,000 shares traded. I want to go back to how they traded yesterday, so let's just take a look here. It looks like yesterday was a nice day, Peter. Again, I wasn't trading yesterday, I was off, but you can see here. Nice pre-market, nice drop. I'm not sure if you guys had this on your list as it moved like this yesterday, Peter.
Some people did, and I think we missed an opportunity by not watching it, to be honest, because like you say, it did move fairly well. So CoreWeave is one of those, and we were talking about this, last week certainly, that it's one that sort of it's making its way onto the list, sort of the way PLTR made it onto our sort of permanent watch list, or at least mine. CoreWeave, I feel, is getting there. It's a little bit behind. PLTR in terms of how many days it actually gives good trading opportunity, but it's not bad. So yeah, I mean, there's no news on it, nothing particularly happening. I mean, they do like everybody, right? They're at this conference, this GTC 2026 conference I'm talking about. They did announce an expanded, AI native cloud offering. But again, everybody going to the conference, they got to have some sort of announcement. So CoreWeave's, on the bandwagon. Announcing a couple of extended products or extensions to their existing product line to support Nvidia's chipsets.
Yeah. As far as me this morning, I think maybe even a possible today. So I like the action. It's not great, but it's not bad. It's not bad. CoreWeave, and again, this stock does have potential. We'll put it on the secondary list and see what we can get out of it. All right, Peter, that covers pretty much our gap up and down for the moment. We'll see if anything else comes up a little bit later. Anything you like that we haven't covered either here or on earnings, or anything you have on your end?
We did cover the TME. That was the one earnings play I wanted to make sure we talked about. Other than that, let's see. I thought there was one more on the earnings. No. All right. I can't see it here, so I don't remember. Well, I did mention PLTR briefly a second ago. It is gapping down. I think it's one worth putting on our list. And the other one that was sort of interesting to me that I thought we should keep an eye on was Meta. They had that, sort of a big deal announcement, like we mentioned with NBIS yesterday. And I was watching their stock for trading. It wasn't as good as I was hoping at the open, but afterwards, it did sort of get a good sort of move downward that you could have taken advantage of if you got it. It sort of set up well for my strategies. So I was thinking I was not paying enough attention to it later in the morning, right, when we get sort of those reversal points right after 10 o'clock, close to 10:30. So I was thinking that maybe I should keep an eye on that today. And the same thing with Google, just because Google was sort of making similar patterns or similar moves yesterday, although it recovered, which was a little more difficult for me to trade. But in any event, That's what I had on my list. So other than the usual suspects, but the big ones, frankly, those are secondary, right? Watch ones. For the really big ones are the semiconductors. The big one, Nvidia and AMD are my favorite too. But we talked about Micron; it's on the list. I think some of the secondary, I think NBIS is still in play. So Carlos, those are the key ones I think I'm going to watch, and the rest, we'll just see what happens.
Yep, absolutely. All right, I like my list right now. Let's go to you guys and see what you guys have on deck. I'm looking at X. I'm looking at our YouTube chat. It's Mr. David's birthday over on X. So happy birthday,
Oh,
Mr. David. So,
wow.
yeah,
Happy
here it is.
birthday.
So happy birthday to you, my friend. Congratulations and enjoy your day. So, yeah, happy birthday.
St.
Go.
Patty's Day birthday. That I've always thought that is it
Mm-hmm.
annoying? Is it annoying to have a birthday when there's like another party going on all the time, or do you just like, hey, everybody's always partying for my birthday?
Maybe not St.
Oh,
Patty's, but if your birthday's like on Christmas, New Year's,
yeah.
you're screwed.
Like even
You're like,
like I just there's a bunch of these days that I think you don't want to have a birthday because
no,
you
hold
never
that
get
baby.
feel special.
Hold that baby.
Halloween,
Yep.
Valentine's
Yep.
Day,
Yep.
like none of those. Anyways, I
Yeah.
always feel bad for people that have birthdays on those days because I feel like they don't get
Yeah.
a special day just focused on them. There's
Right.
always like
And
other
Christmas
stuff
is
happening.
tough because Christmas,
Yeah.
if you have your friends, Christmas, people are spending time with their family. You have a birthday on Christmas, it's going to be hard to get people to do what you want them to do. That's a tough
Hmm.
one. It's a real, real tough one, Christmas.
Like
But yeah,
if you had to have a birthday on a holiday, I got to think like New Year's, right? Like
will be the
New
one.
Year's
Yeah.
New Year's Day, like that's
Yeah.
not a bad one because at least you can have an excuse to throw a party all the time. Or like there's
Yeah.
always a party going on. Like that's a party.
Yeah,
So
but it depends on it's by stages, Peter. Right? If you're a young kid, I know somebody in my family has a birthday. My father's May 1st. I'm sorry, January 1st, and I also know somebody else also, which is the first. They're a kid. So what happens when you're a kid? You're not partying late, so the parents want to do something early on before the New Year's, right? Actually, it's the 31st before the New Year's, and it's like it kind of throws off the plans a little bit, right? Because it's different. Now, when you're older, by all means, that's a blast. Above 18, you're a blast. But when you're a kid, it's tough because we're going through that right now, and the scheduling is a
yeah.
little rough. But anyways, Mr. David, happy birthday. Hopefully you're having
Yeah, happy birthday.
an amazing time. And our poll today, let's go back to our poll. Let's kind of check in here, see what's going on. I am shocked, my friends. This is happy Anderson chat also letting you know happy birthday. And here it is, 62%. I did not think this was going to be so high.
Okay.
That is
Well,
yeah, it's very interesting. I love these polls. All right, there we go. 62% never really did go out for St. Patrick's Day. 30% not anymore, and 9 still do. All right, so there you go. All right, let's go to you guys. We're starting to look at your tickers. What do you guys like this morning? I'm looking at X. I'm looking at YouTube. Let's see what we got going on. Unacceptable. Jeff says unacceptable. More people need to go out. I agree. All right, what tickers you guys like this morning? Let's take a look here. Just scrolling to the chat and see what you guys like so far this morning. Somebody mentioned Uber earlier. Let's take a look at Uber. Uber right now, what do we have? It is actually gapping up 3.6, 223,000 shares traded. Might be making our gap ups list now since it's above that 200,000. I don't really see it in play here at the moment. I don't think there's anything going on. And Uber is such a difficult ticker to trade. So don't see much happening there right now. Let's see what else. Lemonade, LMND. Lemonade up 7.2. Very light volume. I'm surprised they're up 7.2 with just 102,000 shares traded. So again, they normally don't get a lot of volume on the daily. You can see here it's very light for the most part. So if you like this one, watch it. I don't see anything explosive on it besides a little bit of a pop today, which I'm surprised they're up 7.2 with such low volume. But again, anything's possible. I won't be watching it, but again, you have to kind of see how the market treats this one. It is a New York Stock Exchange, so you might not get a lot of volume pre-market. Market open, you might get a ton of stuff that comes in. I'm seeing Amazon here being mentioned as well. Amazon getting a little pop here, Peter, almost up 1%, 376,000 shares traded. Could be interesting. I do like Amazon, though. I got to say, the few times that it is in play, it can move very well. I'm going to add it to the list. Might not stay there for long, but for right now, it looks pretty good. Oklo, we do have on deck. Yeah, go ahead, Peter.
They did have news early this morning. Apparently, they launched a paid 1 and 3 hour delivery service across major U.S. markets for both prime and non-prime customers. So
That's insane.
I mean, 1 hour delivery service. Like, what do you need so desperately that you're going to pay a premium to say, get it to me right? And that means
Yeah.
that implies that not only can they find it, they process your order, find it in the warehouse, and get it to you. That warehouse has to be less than an hour away, right? Like,
Yeah. I honestly think, man, this stuff is on the truck. I think
that's some of it's got to be. Yeah.
Amazon has such a good algorithm to figure out this item gets ordered X amount of times. Just put that damn thing on the truck and then slap a label on it. If you work in Amazon, let me know. But it's just so fast. I ordered deodorant one time the evening, like at night. Okay, I get this in 2 days, right? It got there in the morning. How is that possible? I mean, who's you know, like
I have to admit, I did the same thing where I ordered something the other day, and I can't remember what it was, but it doesn't matter. And it was just like I didn't need it in a hurry.
yeah,
But,
me
you
neither.
know,
I didn't pay extra.
ordered it. I ordered it at 11 a.m. Actually, just as we were finishing the show here, I ordered it. I got it by 2 o'clock in the afternoon. I'm like, I got 3 hour delivery on that. And I was just like, I didn't need it that fast. I wasn't even expecting it. It was just like, okay, cool.
Unbelievable.
Anyways.
Unbelievable.
Well, there you go. So Amazon announces that, which means so that's given their stock a little bit more momentum, I guess. I don't know. I'm not sure that that's going to cause a lot of trading today. So, but that's the news.
Yeah. Ajit, I agree with you. Who uses deodorants anymore? I'm like, I agree. That's I'm being bougie, I guess. But yes, I still do. I still do. All right. What else, friends? Let's take a look at something else. Have you tried?
Wait, is that not a thing? People don't use deodorant anymore?
No, it's not a thing in the U.S., Peter, no more. Oh, that is actually looked up upon as, you know. No, I'm kidding. I was trying to make something up, but I couldn't come up with anything quick enough.
Okay.
No, we still do deodorant. Now, here's the thing. There's I go to the air. I go to the airport, and there's this thing here. Don't get offended if you're from that place. I'm not gonna say the country. You probably know the country because some stereotypes are actually true. Part of it. There's this group of people from a certain place in the world that when they use the restroom, they walk right out. Whether they use the toilet or the head, they just walk right out. And it's always when I go to Terminal B in Newark, which is international terminal. They walk in, they do their business, and there's no hand washing. That's not a thing for them. And I'm like, dude, what just happened here? Like all of them, they all walk out. So that's clearly not a thing in this country. And I don't understand. So I don't know if that person is just that's their hygiene level of standard, or it's like the whole country is that way. Because the few times I've seen it is that same country. So I need to investigate. I need to chat GPT this thing. But it's very interesting.
I find there's a distressing number of people from all cultures that don't seem to wash their hands after going to the bathroom. Because how many times
Really?
I've been there and I see people walking, I'm like, seriously, right? Or they do the pretend. How many people do the pretend thing where they just turn the water on and they run their hands like this under the faucet and like, yeah, I washed it. You did not. You lightly wetted your fingers. Like you're not getting anything off. Anyways, never mind.
Yeah. I'm not shaking nobody's hand. I'm giving you a pound. Giving you a pound going forward. All right, let's go, friends. Let's take we covered our list. We covered our list. We covered what you guys gave us. Let's head over to bevertrades.com. You can see what's happening for this beautiful, windy northeast day, Tuesday, right? Yeah, Tuesday. So head over to bevertrades.com, click on webinars, and you can see our beautiful schedule. And we're going to scroll down here, come over to Tuesday, and let you know what's happening. Oh, Tuesday.
Yeah. So in our community, we have a number of events. We'll just quickly let you know that we start with the DAS Trader Pro setup session that Brendan hosts. That's at 10 a.m. I think does that say p.m. or a.m.? Anyways, for all traders that are interested in understanding how to use DAS, that's available, and we encourage you to take advantage of it because really it's a great tool, but sometimes you need a little help. Sorry, it's 11. See, this is we got.
It's 11 a.m. It's wrong. Yeah, it's wrong. I'm sending a thing right now. Yeah.
Thank you.
You're reading right. You're not. Nothing wrong with your eyesight.
It was freaking me out, man. I had to actually go open the website myself to make sure, but it does say 11 p.m. Anyways, 11 a.m. Brendan's going to do that. That's for all members, which means it's in our onboarding room. Everybody can attend. And then tonight we've got our signature session. Gary is going to be taking over. Now, Gary, if you don't know Gary in the chat room, he's very, very active trader. And not only does he trade all day, but he loves trading options. And he's going to talk about his option strategy, and it's specifically focused on the ZDTE or ZDT or 0DTE. What do you want? 0 days to expiry options. You get the maximum bang for the buck. They could move like crazy. But you have to understand what you're doing. It's a great alternative to trading the stock directly. You can trade the 0DTE options, but he's going to talk to that and give you some ideas of how he does it and what you can incorporate into your trading if you're interested in option strategy. So that's for our elite members. That's in the webinar room at 8 p.m. tonight. So we'll see if he has some green beer with him or not. But he will be there and hosting for everybody, all 60% of you that don't tend to go out. Well, more than that, because some of you said that you used to go out and you don't anymore. So I guess there's only, what was the number? There was only 10% of you that are still going out. So the other 90% of people, I guess, can attend that webinar tonight at 8 p.m. with Gary. So there you go.
There you go.
You have to join as a member first, I guess, at Bearable Traders, but there you go. So speaking of which, if you're interested in doing that, just go to bearabletraders.com. You can scroll down. You can see we've got a St. Patty's Day sale. So, if you join, just let me know if you join as an elite member, and I'll do an Irish jig for you with my little leprechaun hat on. We love to see you join as an elite annual, and you get 50% off. It's a great deal. Not only do you get access to all those types of webinars we're talking about, but the chat room all day, and Andrew and Brian live trading at the open, psychology coaching. There's all sorts of stuff that come with that. It's an important part of your trading. So, make sure you have a thorough program so you can trade in a way that's going to allow you to be profitable over the long run. So Carlos, that's what we got going on there. We should set some levels. We only have about 15 minutes to the open, everybody. So Carlos is setting some levels. I'll be looking for my own trades, and we'll let you know what we're looking at here.
Yeah, absolutely, friends. Let's get to it. My list right now is Nvidia, MBIS, MU, Tesla, and Amazon. So that's what I'm looking at. Let's start with the first one here, MBIS. Let's take a look here, MBIS. There we go. So again, some good action out of it. We're surrounded by the highs and lows of the last two trading days, as you can see here. Previous day close also on there. Where's my pen? Where's my pen? It's not working. Well, speaking of computers and chips, this is one that's getting close to having to get upgraded here. Well, let's get our pen here, which I love using the Epic pen.
I thought your computer was new.
I got two. So the streaming one, brand new. Not brand new. It's a year old. Got a great graphics card, 3090. Right. But I use a regular one for this part, the trading, right? So that one is the one that's having a little bit of problem. When I turn it on, I get this blue screen once in a while. Hit F2 to continue. I'm like, it's coming eventually.
When I went to a computer store yesterday to try and buy, and it ended up buying online because the kids in the store didn't know what the hell they were talking about. But anyways, just quick story. They're asking, what are you looking for? And I said, well, here's my minimum specs. Here's what I want, right? I need 32 gigs of RAM, and I need a CPU at this level, and I want GPUs. And I said, I want basically the 3090, the GTX 3090 or better. And they're like, 3090, why that one? Nobody sells that anymore. That's not even in production. I'm like, what?
Yeah.
Like, it's not that old of a chip, but shows how fast it's going, right? A year old?
Yeah.
Obsolete.
Every year. It's worse than the iPhones. Every year there's a new graphics card. You can't keep up with this stuff. You really can't. It's unbelievable. We're at 50 something now, right? So it's insane. All right, MBIS. What's the status with the war? I have no idea, man. They're just bombing each other back and forth. This thing is going to go on forever. They're trying to get ships. It's the same story. They're trying to get ships through the little tight, narrow bottleneck they have going on there. Trump is asking for help from other countries. It's been pretty quiet. It's
relatively quiet. Not a lot of news coming out. The latest was that. Well, President Trump has requested NATO allies, which is interesting that he's leveraging NATO, but when he sort of poo-pooed it earlier, but he's leveraging NATO allies to say need to band together to reopen the Strait of Hormuz, and everybody should jump in and participate to sort of reopen it. Which, I mean, he's not wrong that everybody relies on oil from that strait, and it's having a global impact on supply chain. So that's big news. I think there's also we can't forget, and I felt really. I was reading news last night about Colombia. Cuba. We can't forget about Cuba out there. Cuba's been like they had global, sort of island-wide power outages yesterday.
I heard.
Every power plant on the island was knocked out because they have no more fuel. The blockade for the stop of the Venezuelan fuel by the Americans has caused them to have blackout, and the risk is that they're heading towards a humanitarian crisis there. As there's 10 million people that are completely without power and services, and running water, and things like that. So anyways, there's a bunch of stuff going on around the world that we've been focused on Iran in the short term, but we can't forget all the other stuff that's happening. So I guess for our sake here, how does that impact the markets? I don't know. Like the markets, let's face it, Cuba doesn't have much of a direct impact on the U.S. stock market because there's not like there's any companies that are heavily invested or trade there. So.
Hmm.
But yeah, that's so. Anyways, but the Iran conflict certainly does have a bigger impact. We'll have to see what happens. I mean, yes, the bombings have continued, as you said, Carlos. But it's sort of like it's almost like we got used to that. That's not news anymore, right? They're continuing to bomb this. As far as the Strait of Hormuz has not been open. There's not been any ships that have been passing through. There's the fight of the mining operations and the demining operations, the missile attacks and the missile defense. So. We'll see what happens with the blockage there. So
we'll keep an eye on it. But again, nothing's changed right now with that situation as far as getting better or not. As far as NBIS at the moment, we got some levels here low of the pre-market 119.59. So I did put one there, and you can see once you do that, you're pretty much set. I don't think you need to add anything else. Surrounded by the highs and lows of the last 2 trading days, and I think you're good here. You're good to go when it comes to that one. Look at Nvidia next. Is another one's a little bit messier. I'm going to remove some of the levels I have here. Look at the last couple of minutes, friends, on Nvidia. Nice move after 8 a.m. Look at the nice movement here towards a new pre-market high being set right now at 186.26. I'm going to mark that there. Might not stay there, but looking really nice at the moment. So that is an Nvidia. And if you look at the daily, you're surrounded by the highs and lows of the last 2 trading days. Another one where you mark the pre-market high, we'll keep track of it. But you're surrounded by the highs and lows. Do not need to add anything else on Nvidia either. Again, it looks like their presentations and everything, their event has been well received, Peter. They're looking pretty good here for the most part. So we'll see what continues from them. Here is MU. So MU at the moment hitting yesterday's highs, which is near all-time highs. I don't know what the all-time high is here. We'll have to get that number for you. But hitting this area of resistance yesterday, a couple of weeks back here, and trying to do that again in the pre-market. So as far as levels, you're pretty much set. You don't have anything above here, and this is your pre-market high as well as you're nearing your all-time highs for MU. Towards the bottom, highs and lows for the last 2 trading days, and as you can see, previous day close, and the highs and lows are covering the main areas you will want to mark down on this daily. So automatic levels doing all the work for us there on MU. Looks really good this morning.
455.50 is what that level is.
All right, 455.50. Let me go back. 455. I want to mark this down actually. 455.50. So we'll put this level here. We're going to go in here and config, and I'm just going to write this in. 455.50. All right, there it is. So we'll have that there, just slightly above some of the pre-market stuff we're getting this morning. So there it is. We're ready for it, friends. All right, here's Tesla. Another one also stuck between the highs and lows of the last 2 trading days. I'm going to mark down the high of the pre-market over at 396.29, and then the low of the pre-market over at 393.50. And once you do that, same situation here, surrounded by the highs and lows of the last 2 trading days. Do not need to add anything on this one either. So pretty easy levels for us this morning, friends. Here's Amazon. Towards the bottom, you're set as well. High of the pre-market, 214.25. Let's get some levels towards the top here in case we continue to rock here. 215.48 is another one. And then I got a nice one here over around 217.10. Good area where a couple of days are slamming into that. You definitely want to have that on your charts as well. Once you do that, friends, you're pretty set. Towards the bottom, previous day close, many of levels up from the highs and lows, plenty of levels from the highs and lows, and I think you're set there as well. All right, we're good. I think this is our list: NBIS, Nvidia, MU, Tesla, and Amazon. Peter, what is our team watching over in the chat room?
Yeah, in the chat room, we got a number of different members that are watching similar things that we're talking about. Megan's got her eye on MU and Oklo. She's also watching Uber, which we didn't talk about. I didn't see any news on that, but she's keeping an eye on it. Andrew is, one to watch, of course, as our foremost and premier trader. He's going to be watching Oklo, Nvidia, Tesla. Jared's going to be watching Nvidia, Cororeweave, and Oklo. Brian, who's also trading live, has got Nvidia, Tesla, AMD, Oklo, and Delta Airlines on his list. I've got a lot of the similar, plus NBIS, which neither one of them mentioned. We'll have to see where things go. I mean, Micron is not a favorite of mine, but today might be a day when it could move. As we head towards this open, Carlos, I've got I've got some high hopes for the open here. I'm a little skeptical because look at the market. We haven't really looked at the Qs or the SPY here this morning, but they've been moving up since we started the show at 8 o'clock and really took off. So the market recognizing the fact that we started 30 minutes early and it's going up for us. So thank you. It's all because of us.
Absolutely. Yes.
But it feels a little overdone. So we've seen this many a time where the market moves higher and they both have gone green, right? So they've gone from red to green. But remember, this is low volume, and I'm not convinced that it's going to be able to hold this when the market opens. We'll wait and see. Maybe it'll continue. Maybe it'll drop. I really have got to wait for the opening bell to see what's going to happen. But my trades that I'm focused on, I do like Oklo. I'm a little nervous. So everything's got a story today, right? Oklo has got earnings after the close, so we've got to be aware of that. However, it's got some good news going into that with the approval that they received from the Department of Energy. So I think that Oklo, I want to see maybe a little bit of a pullback to about 63.50. If we could do that right at the open, and then if it shows any strength, I might be willing to take it for a long. NBIS also think is overdone. It's red today, but I think the news is good, and this whole sell-off happened this morning, so I'm thinking it's going to recover some of that. We've got a ton of room. We've got about $8 between the current price and yesterday's close, so if it can show signs of recovery, this is one that I'd actually like to see drop off the open. And then Carlos, the VWAP break that you look at probably 5 or 10 minutes after the open, that's what I'm thinking. If it can break through the VWAP and go higher, so I'm hoping for a pullback first and then a move higher. That would be my trade on NBIS if it sets up. And the other one is Cororeweave. We talked about it. It's not trading with a ton of volume today, but it is moving. You reminded me to keep an eye on it. I will keep an eye on it. We'll see if it can, see if it gets any momentum. That's probably a later in the day reversal. So I think those would be the key things. Nvidia, of course, always strong. I'd like to see Nvidia with a pullback and then a move higher. Nvidia just loves to punch higher at the open, doesn't it? Right? Nvidia and Tesla. We see it time and again. Those are the two. So unfortunately, both are, well green. Nvidia's up 1% right now, and Tesla's up 0.25%. But so we need some pullbacks to get a good risk to reward. So I've got a lot of stuff to watch. It's going to be a little tough to figure out, what's my best chance. I think Oklo and then Nvidia and Tesla are sort of the three that I'm going to focus on because, like I said, NBIS, Cororeweave, those are a little later. So that's my game plan. That's what I'll be doing at the open. And hopefully, we'll get a trade and I won't just be sitting here watching things like I typically do.
Yes, we'll find something. We definitely will. All right, for me, as usual, guys, looking for that 1 minute engulfing pattern, which I like right at the open. See if we could find. I don't get a lot of those, but when they do appear, they're a lot of fun. And then looking for that 5 minute ORB, and then we'll be looking for the VWAP breakout a little bit later. So that's the plan. I didn't trade yesterday, so I'm kind of want to ease my way into it. I want to jump the gun for missing trading yesterday, so I want to be patient. That usually happens. Like when you miss a day, you feel like you gotta you got to come in, guns blazing, and you don't have to do that. Just take it easy.
Come in hot.
Yeah.
You don't want to do that.
Yeah. No.
Yeah, you're better off to always
Yes.
come in and say, I'm going to be extra cautious when you've sort of missed a day. And that way, you're only taking a trade if you really see a good setup, right? Try and like purposely tell yourself extra cautious, go slow, right? Wait for perfect setups. Because in the background you're going to have that, like you said, Carlos, that urgency, that desire to, make up some for lost ground or get back in the game or whatever it is. I find it after vacation, it's the exact thing. It doesn't matter if you've been out for one day, a week, or a month. You sort of get that same. I'm going to show them. I'm going to get in first trade. It's going to
Yeah.
be a big green, and then
Oh
it's a
man, that's
red, and
true.
then
So
it
true.
completely throws off your psychology, doesn't it?
Yeah, sure does. All right, friends, 1 minute, 5 minutes set here on our charts. We're good to go. And let's get our Atlas up and running for the market open. And should be a good day today. Let's see here.
So I don't know if I'm a trader, Carlos, but
yeah.
I did buy the in my new PC. I have to
Uh-huh.
admit, I went with the GPUs or the RTX 5070
Ooh,
is what I've got,
very nice.
which
Yes.
which but it's an Nvidia card, whereas I used
Yeah.
to be an AMD guy.
You won't regret it. You won't
So
regret it.
I
You won't
don't
regret it.
know. I
It's
feel
that's
now I did go with an Intel processor because again I was trying to do my research. This is where AI was actually very helpful because I was using AI compare these processors, tell me, and I actually went with one that's like it's an Ultra 7. Anyways, it's pretty awesome type of processor, and not top of the line, but close enough that it doesn't matter. And I went with a liquid cooled chassis, which I'm a little tentative about
mm,
because they say that the pump on the liquid cooled it's quieter, which is good for us when we're doing the show here.
yeah.
But like an air cooled, the advantage it doesn't take any maintenance, right? They can last like 10, 15, 20 years, no problem. A liquid cooled, apparently the pump goes in about 5 years. You get 3 to 6 years, and then you got to start worried about the pump dying on you. So
If it goes 5 years, man, you don't got to worry about it. You need a whole new machine
uh,
in 5 years. You'll be running quantum on that machine in 5 years from now. So
yeah, you
it's okay.
think?
Oh
We'll
yeah,
see.
we'll
We'll
see.
see. Okay, guys. I'm watching here. NBIS is already making a little pullback, so we'll see. Maybe I'm wrong and it's going to drop lower, but again, I'm looking for a slightly, 10 minutes after the open, a move higher. Oklo pullback and a pop if it can do that, and Nvidia and Tesla's already back at the VWAP and previously closed, so we'll see what we're doing. Opening bell right now. Here we go.
All right, let's do it,
Nvidia
friends.
has got a ton of volume this morning. It is very active. Ooh, big pullback.
Let's see MBIS. Wow, Nvidia dropping almost $2 from the open there. Oh, going some more.
Wow.
MU going the other way.
And Oklo is getting a pop, but it didn't give any pullback first, so we'll see. We might have to wait. Let's see what our Atlas is telling me on Tesla. It looks a lot of downside orders on Tesla. Nvidia also looks weak here on the order, so I may not be getting my upside. We'll see what happens. Oof, Nvidia. Said I
We
was a little
got
worried about this
Tesla.
market having overdone that move higher, so maybe we're just going to get a pullback. We'll see. Okay, hello. Now getting a pullback to VWAP. Hmm. This is everything feels very tentative this morning. Looked like a very
Yeah.
strong move off the open, but it like had this big aggressive candle. Look how everything slowed so very quickly. So, so there's a big pullback on OKLO. And Nvidia is again continues to
Ah,
look
see a lot of you
weak.
guys. A lot of you guys calling out Hood. Let me take a look. Oh yeah, Hood's going. Hood here is pushing.
Oh yeah,
Let's see.
what is going?
Brian INTU. I don't know what that is. Intuit. Yeah, Intuit. Lighter volume, so you got to really like this one if you're gonna be watching that one. Yeah, not sure. Amazon. We'll see. Let's see what the action is. JC Trader, you're long Amazon. That's nice, man. Looks good. This looks good. David giving us PayPal. Lighter volume for me personally. I don't like it, but yeah, it's moving higher here. Got a nice 5-minute candle forming. So we'll see. Nvidia, MBIS messy right now.
Meta, Amazon, and Google are all moving higher here in the early minutes of this trading day. We got Tesla that managed to spike green here, get itself green, whereas Nvidia is still weak. Tesla's only trading at about 68% its normal volume, 68% R vol. Nvidia's at, well, exactly average, 100%. Micron is trading twice its normal volume at 195%.
What we got here? MBIS. MBIS looks interesting. What will be the next level though? For sure, here it's dropped a lot already from the open down 8%, and next level is 116. Let's see. I might like MBI short for a 5-minute ORB, so I'm gonna wait a little bit for the setup. We got another minute to go here. So what I would love to see is a pullback towards 120, the drop again. This will give us the break. That would be ideal for what I would like to see for a 5-minute breakdown of MBI. So let's keep a close eye on it. Let's see if that sets up. We're getting a pullback here. We'll love a little more. So then this we can make our stop the VWAP, right? Make our stop the VWAP. But down here, our stop at the VWAP is pretty far out, almost like $3, which is okay. We could take less shares, but you know, I'd rather be a little higher on the price tag here if we can.
Oh, so, man.
We'll see. Oh, it's going to go. It's going to drop. Where's Atlas? Oh, I forgot to open Atlas. Come on. Don't open there. Not in front of my monitors. NBIS quickly. Quickly.
What are you doing? What are you watching?
I'm trying to pull up Atlas on NBIS. And I got it here.
You know, it's funny because I just followed Andrew into a trade on Tesla, and we both got burned. So this is why I never. Every time I try and follow him, it never works. Like 90% of his trades are green, and yet when I do it, it never works out. It's crazy. It's crazy.
This is gonna be painful right here. I already see it. This is gonna be very, very painful. I'm not in this trade. It's already up $1. And watch this. This thing is gonna drop all the way down to like 116. I don't know why it took so long to execute here. But let's see. Maybe not. Maybe it pulls back. Yeah, Peter, you're so right. It happens all the time. And now what's gonna happen is you're not gonna take every trade he takes now, right? So guess what? Then maybe the next one or two after are gonna be the one that makes him green, and you're not gonna be in it. So this is why following someone does not work unless you're gonna take every single trade that they take.
It never works.
It doesn't work.
Right.
So
And you know, and you're never going to get the same execution that they do, right? Because they're going to
Right.
tell you about it, but even if they tell you, it's going to take you time to react. They're going to get a different entry, whether it's better or worse.
Mm-hmm.
It'll certainly be different.
Yeah.
And yeah, it's
All right. I'm getting ready for a short on NBIS. We're getting a little bit of a pullback here. I have to go very light shares because this is not optimal for me right now. So I'm going very light on the shares because I do need a $2 stop on it. So, okay, I'm doing it. So I'm short. I'm short NBIS. Not the original
well,
size I wanted to take.
short.
Yeah, but
Okay.
I mean, let's see if we could retest that 17. I want 1733 and lower. It does look weak to me. Also, the level 2 looks very nice in my favor. Let's see if that can happen. So I still keep my stop at the VWAP, but taking less shares to account for this big stop I have to keep it here. It's like almost $2. Opposed to if we were up here, it would have been much nicer. And aside from that, not that it would have been so much nicer also, but I would have already had at least one partial down here at $1. So that would have been really nice. But I think there's still potential to get down to 116.59. Let's see if that's the case. Atlas looks good. And let's see if it plays out. All right. Wow, this is trading so well. Oh man, I should have taken a full size. This is what happens. So now that I've taken a smaller size, watch this thing go to like 114. Why does the market have this weird sense of humor, man? It really does. Like you what? All right, let's see. See if we can actually get the move first. We need to break this 117.47. I see tons of orders at 117. And oh man, that's nice. Love that way. Love the way this is dropping. If it can continue here, we got to be careful for an aggressive pullback though. But love the way it's dropping right now. And Atlas is it's getting even more bearish now on Atlas, so that's good. Let me show you here. I know I don't got the best setup for Atlas, but you can see here all the orders towards the bottom down here. My pen is having a hard time. My Epic Pen.
Yeah,
Not
sometimes
today.
Epic Pen
Yeah, it does
doesn't
that.
work.
Yeah. Let me close it completely here. Just gonna exit the whole thing. All right, there it is. All right, let's see. Getting a bit of a pullback here against me, but still looking very bearish for the most part. Nvidia long, you guys are taking. Let's take a look. Nvidia long. Oh, careful. Careful. How are you trading it? Got the view at breakout here, which is nice, and then we got the pullback. Did not get my
Nvidia
confirmation.
long's a tough one.
So
I don't know.
yeah, not going long on
I
that.
tried going
Personally.
Tesla long and chickened
Yeah.
out. I got out of it, but
Yeah.
now it's green again. I got in just
Yeah.
on the just below the previous day close, and then I stopped myself out, which is
Yeah. Yeah.
unfortunate for me, as it looks like it's about to move now. Maybe.
Yeah. Let's see. What else, friends? We guys into today? MBS wouldn't let me short it. Not enough shares. Really? No, we have plenty of shares. Oh well. No, what broker are you using? Let me ask that first. But with Interactive Brokers, we got like 3.1 million shares to short. So plenty. But again, depends on the broker. So let's see here. What brokers do we use?
There's the
Interactive
move.
Brokers for me.
There's the move I was looking for through 397 on Tesla. So unfortunately, I look at the here. I'm gonna put this up on the screen.
Mm-hmm.
Look at this Tesla. Look at these trades, Carlos.
Melanie Spot is on the move. Are you in that? I see that.
Look at that. That's just
Oh, that's painful.
wimpiness right there.
Yeah,
Don't trade
that's
like
painful.
me. So I got
Yeah.
in and then with a small size, and I added when I went down with a stop at the stop was going to be a previous day close, but it dropped so fast. Look where I got filled, way at the bottom of that candle, way at the bottom.
Yeah.
And then I got back in, and it moved all the way up to the top of this candle and back down. And I'm like, oh, I don't know about the risk. So I got out, and of course now it's made the move. So I've just held on. I could have made back my losses easy, right, on that trade because that's the move I was looking for. But instead, I wimped out, and I'm sitting
And
here watching
you got
again.
in and put your stop at break even, right? That's what it is.
Well, once it popped up here, yeah, I did because
Yeah.
that was
Yeah.
a good 50 cents, and I thought, okay, well, if it comes back to the previous day close, then I probably want to get out. But that wasn't the smartest move because it didn't do anything
Yeah.
wrong. That was just
Right.
nervousness on
Right.
my part,
Yeah.
right? So, anyways, that's too
Yeah.
bad. So there you go.
Um. What else, friends? PLTR looking good. Oh yeah, we didn't talk about PLTR today. Let's take a look at PLTR. So I let this NBIS do what
Yeah.
it's doing. I don't know. The longer it takes you, the more impatient I get. But we're not risking much on it, so it's okay. PLTR, yeah, PLTR on the run, pushing higher here. So it looks like a lot of things. The SPY moving higher. Yeah, SPY is trying to make a new high here. So I'm sure that's helping things. I think this market is priming itself for when this thing is over, the conflict, the war, however you want to reference it. I think it's just gonna just explode, all-time highs right away. The minute this thing is like, okay, Strait of Hormuz secure, boom, all-time high, 700. I think it's just priming itself. We're getting ahead of it here, and this market's just ready for any positive news in that sector.
There's
Yeah,
there's all sorts of because there's rumors and stuff. There's rumors that Khomeini, the new Khomeini Jr. Anyways, the son was hit in an attack, and that he was taken to Russia for medical treatment. I don't know if that's that doesn't seem confirmed or for sure. So you've got that. You've got who's in charge, who's running the military. You got all sorts of questions as to what's happening
there's
over
a
there
lot happening.
with the conflict.
And they got some other guy, right? Some according to the news. Again, take it with a grain of salt. According to the news, some guy that came out in public was saying hi, who's like a general or something, and they followed him and they unalived him as well. So it's like, you can't be coming out waving at people, man. Yeah, they unalived him. So you gotta be careful. Gotta be careful. Can't be coming out waving, and these guys are really in it to win it. So it's wild. But yeah, who knows? Who knows? So hard to get data from over there, right? So who knows?
Yeah.
But I think overall, market wise, I think the market is just ready for any positive news, and we're just gonna shoot up. So we got to be ready. We got to be ready. Unalive is a new term. No, unalive's been happening since the Boeing days. Since the Boeing days, unalive.
Boeing was the
Boeing's
first to
been
unalive people.
Unaliving people for a long time. So Boeing has been and I could get so sued for that. I got to be careful. I could get so sued by Boeing.
Reportedly, there's no confirmation.
Whistleblowers just tend to disappear before their court date. Okay. So not like once, like a couple of times. This is not like a one-time thing with Boeing. So whatever you do, don't go up against Boeing. You end up in a ditch somewhere. So careful. If you don't see me here tomorrow, you know what happened. Some Boeing representatives came over.
Carlos was unalived.
Oh boy. All right, friends.
Let's not let that happen.
Yes, I'll be ready. They'll get a fight out of here. I'll be ready. NBIS. It's like that guy hiding in a cave with the other can, ready for the end of the war. That would be me. All right. Let's see. NBIS, friends. We are dropping here. Let's lose this low of the day. Looking good right now. I didn't take that many shares because my entry was not great. So I want a bigger move if it can happen. I would love 116. And I'm going to be a little more patient with the partials just because I want to make, even though it's not the best trade, I want to make the risk to reward kind of work. So I would love 116. But if we get 116.50, 117 is taking too long, then the finger starts getting itchy and we will take a partial. we usually do. we usually do.
Cororeweave did pop up here from the VWAP, but it was a little bit of a messy move.
Yeah, yeah. Actually, yeah, you know, the pattern looks nice, Peter. I think it looks messy because not a lot of volume why I did it, right? You can tell some of these candles are very low, 90,000. So it did get kind of like the breakout, but yeah, it looks messy. I think part of it is because of the volume. That's right, allegedly. Yeah, gotta say everything gotta add allegedly in the front.
That's the word I was looking for. Yeah, allegedly.
That's
Allegedly.
right. That's right.
Who alleges? The people. You know, them. That's what they say.
Yes, yes, yes. All right, come on, NBS. Let's first day back trading. You know, first day of the week for me. First trade of the week. Let's make it count. Not that the market cares one bit about any of that, but let's see if we can get a nice drop here. 117.20 is the low of the day at the moment. And Atlas looks good though. I got Atlas all the way down to 117, 116.50, 115, 29,000 shares down there. There's nothing much to the top. So I'm hoping that we can get some pressure pulled here. These guys got great news, by the way. They had news with Nvidia. They had news with Meta recently. But then they did a cash. What was it, Peter? They did a
secondary offering, yeah.
Like a secondary offering.
3 billion something secondary, yeah.
Yeah. So that's gonna put some pressure on their price to go lower here. And here we are, friends. 116.50. Let's see if we can get there. I got a level there, by the way. Let's see what that is. That is the high from 2 days ago. So right over here, the highs from 2 days ago. Let's see if we can get there. It's struggling right now to push lower. Friends, if you haven't done so already on YouTube, hit that thumbs up. Really appreciate it. We are sitting at let me refresh. And I'll tell you right now, we'd love to get that number a little bit higher. We're sitting here at 258. Actually, that's pretty good. Thank you, guys. That is pretty good. That's a quarter of you guys that are watching. So thank you so much. Appreciate your support. It does mean a lot to us as a channel. Keep us on here on YouTube free. Keep us expanding, right? We moved over, started the show a little bit earlier at 8 a.m., which is nice because then we get to talk a little bit slower. We're not rushing through things before the market opens. So I really enjoy that. You get to hear a little bit more of the news, a little more detailed. And that was the reasoning for that. So I know some people don't love the move because they want to be here and there. You can't have both. But I think overall it's a great move for us here. You know? Can't have the cake and eat it too type of thing. But overall, I think it's a good move. Hopefully, the majority think it is as well. Let's go NBIS. Drop it like it's hot, baby. Let's go to 116. 20,000 shares there on Market Atlas. Let's see if the pen works again. I use my pen so much. So let's see if it's actually working now. Because it's very, very nice to highlight things. So let's see. All right. Oh, there it is. It's working now. All right. So here it is. 116.50. We're just above that. Here we are, just above that. 116.50. Then tons of orders at 116. Every whole dollar seems to have a bunch of orders just sitting there. So looking forward to seeing that drop if we can get it. And not much to the top here. So that's a good thing. Nvidia garbage. It's just kind of going sideways, trying to figure out what's next. I hope it goes red for me personally, so it can drive NBIS lower. So hopefully that's the case. But let's see. Just kind of sideways right now, trying to figure out what's next for the most part on Nvidia. Mr. B, Matt, drop it to 113. Oh man, that would be amazing. That would be amazing. I gotta tell you that the longer it stays here, it's just gets tougher, right? We're in a nice downtrend. We don't want to see this kind of get flat on us here. So we need to continue to just kind of break down every once in a while. And Here it is, a great opportunity to do that. The bids are good. Great opportunity to do that. Glad you're in this. Hopefully we can both walk out of here with some pocket change. Let's see. Come on, break that. Break that 116.83. Peter, are you in anything?
Yeah, I'm long on Tesla. But it's not
Okay.
breaking up here for me. I keep pounding my head against this wall here. So I want the Tesla up 397.20. I need to take a
Yeah.
partial. I'm in at well, here I can put it on the screen.
This looks good, man. Let's see. Let's see if we can get the push.
Here we go. So my break even is 396.25, so 397.20 would be where I want to take a partial, but if it comes back, I'm gonna get out again. Come on, Tesla. Don't stop me out.
That's your break-even point there.
Yeah. Yeah.
Gotcha.
There we go. And I'm out again.
No.
Stop me out.
Damn.
Keep stopping me out. I can't seem to get any of these to run for me, so it's just not working.
Oh man, I think your stops are too tight here. I think hey, I seen you crush it with this. So, but man, I would hate to see this run and take off on you now.
Yeah.
But I get it. Risk. Hey, listen, risk management is the most important thing, and that's what you're doing. You're managing your risk, regardless of what I think. That's the most important thing, right? You cannot be in this game long term if you don't manage your risk. So, that is the name of the game, and I hate to see what's happening right now in Tesla for you. Like, come on, man. Look at this.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, NVIS is really just see. Look, there's the target I had. Oh, look at that.
Yeah.
See, or Tesla. Look at. I mean, like you're right. I mean, I'm definitely risk adverse, and I'm costing myself opportunity. So there's two trades here now that would have been winners, right? I had a loser initially, but if I just stuck to the strategy, right, then I would have had two winners right now, and instead I'm sitting on a loser in two break-even trades. So, I think you're right. I've got to loosen up those stops. It's but for me it's trying to change that model, because this is the way I would trade later in the day, but the price action is different at the open than it is later in the day. And I'm having to relearn that, which is fascinating to me, because you think, I've learned to trade, I can go do it. Well, not necessarily. No, it's different at different times of the day, different markets, different strategies. So well, that's a shame. That's really just too bad for me. Look at that.
Look at that go. Oh man.
But I'm not blowing up my account. That's true, Matt.
Well, that's exactly right. You as much as we want you to move your stop and have more room, if it's going to cost you taking, bigger losses and well, you're not going to blow up your account, but for anybody else out there, if what that creates is blowing up your account or not having good risk management, I'd rather have this problem. I'd rather get stopped out more times and have great risk management than be taking hits that are not beneficial to your equity curve. So that's very important. Friends, we're not getting the breakdown. We continue to just level 2 looks great here on Atlas, but we're just not diving in here. Come on, dive below 116.50 and I'm ready for a partial
here yet, Carlos?
No, not yet, man, because I didn't take that many shares. So I at least want to get down to 116.50, but it's really struggling here.
Maybe you don't want to listen to me because I'm risk adverse, but with how many times it's come down to just below 117 and not able to break lower,
I know.
I'd be nervous about this just popping at some point. So
yeah, and it could pop very aggressive. So let's see. We're still battling here, guys. Look at this. We're still battling. Look at this. Is not good, actually.
Oh, look at Tesla.
This is not good. Yeah, see that, man.
Boo me. Look at that. I was in the trade at the right time. Silly me. Okay, well, look, this is how we learn. And you guys have good suggestions. Thank you, right? But this is the stuff that you can, isn't it interesting how you can provide the advice to other people? It's harder to do it yourself, right? So it shows, often we know what to do, but actually doing it is difficult. So, for me, because it's the open and I'm still feeling my way through it, I moved my stop to break even way too aggressively. True. I
Yeah.
know that 100%. I'm not arguing it. It's just a matter of, convincing myself that it makes sense to risk, 3 full losses that I could have had on these 3 trades versus the loss in the 2 break evens, right? Like starting the day with 3 losses like that would be more than I normally have. So that would throw me off. So I was trying not to do that, but I've cost myself the 2 winning opportunities that would have, given me some nice greenage. So in
Yeah.
fact, I wouldn't have taken this 3rd trade. I might have added, but I still would have been in the 1st trade, right? If I just hung with it, because it never came back and retested, or not my 1st trade, but the 2nd trade here, it never retested my entry. So,
Yeah.
it would have changed the whole sort of layout of my trading ever, since I took that trade. So
Yeah.
it is what it is.
So let's see what
Still,
you guys
Carlos,
think.
are you?
I'm still in it, no partial. Let's see what the crowd thinks.
Okay.
Should I partial? Should I let it ride? Mr. Bean says
I
I'm letting mine ride.
Okay. I'd
Mr.
definitely
Bean
be
is in it to
partial.
win it. I know. Usually I partial
Yeah.
here, but I don't know, man. I don't know. What do you guys think? You should exit. I wouldn't exit completely, but I would take some off. I wouldn't exit completely on something like this, right? So that wouldn't be an option. Go for the home run. It's easy to say when it's not when you're not the home plate like someone mentioned earlier.
I personally,
Yeah.
we'll see.
Yeah.
Because you could take
Yeah.
a partial and then it'll drop you immediately to your target, but you're close enough. I don't know.
I
Let
am.
you do you.
I am. Yeah. I am close enough
Yeah.
to take a partial here. Yeah, it's 40 cents off. Why not? Let's be responsible. It will actually be irresponsible of me to let this
Take a
come back
small
up
partial.
to like
Take just like, I don't know.
17.50. Yeah, let's do it. Let's take a small partial. Because it'll be
Tiny one.
responsible.
Just-
Yeah, it'll be responsible to let this come back up to like 17.50 and not have something in the gains here. So let's do it. Let's see. Partial there. Let's see if the action can continue. 10 a.m. numbers. What do we got coming out at 10 a.m.? Peter, do you have anything?
There was not much today. No, not really. I think there was one data point, but I'm trying to remember what it is. Hold on. Calling it up here. Pending home sales. So there you go. Pending home sales is the one number that's coming out here.
Let's
So,
see how the
in
market reacts
30
to it.
seconds. Expected to be down. By the way, the forecast is for a 0.6% contraction on home sales. The previous number was 1.4%. No, 0.8% contraction. So we'll see what we see what we get.
Here it is. 10.
Here we go.
There's a reaction. NBIS might give us some more here. You know what? This was a very responsible partial. This is a Peter partial. I like it. I do. I like it. Because you got data coming out at 10 a.m. You don't know if it's going to go your way or not. That was a very responsible partial. I'm proud of myself.
There you go.
For now. For now. Yes. No matter what happens, actually, I'm proud of that partial.
Tesla's still hanging out there. Darn it, Carlos. What? You're right. I'm too everybody. You're all right. I'm too risk adverse.
Yeah, it's
here we go,
Carlos.
Looks like are you finally getting the drop?
I'm getting the drop. 116.50. But now I'm going to wait a little bit because I already took a partial.
Home sales came out very positive. Home sales came out at 1.8% growth versus an expected negative 0.6. So that's good news. That's good data.
Very nice. Very nice.
The market doesn't seem to be reacting that positively. It's not really reacting at all.
NBIS reacting very nice here, guys. I might wait for 116 here. Let's see if this momentum can continue. We're looking good. Wow. Okay, here we go. I'll take a partial here, friends. Now we're cooking with oil, baby. 116.20. So 2 partials in. Very good. Very good. But you know what? This partial is very nice because it calms you down. Like, okay, you got a partial and you got a winning trade. It allows you to hold through this pullback a little more comfortably. Who knows? If I didn't take this partial here, I probably would have taken a partial all the way up here or even gotten out thinking that the move is over. So you never know how things are going to play out. But this was, I think, the better the move was to do this, the better the decisions, actually. So, yeah. Let's see. And Mr. Bean, you're still in it. So you haven't partial there or did you partial already? Because now we're down at below 116 here. So whoever took that short here. Alicia, did you take the short too? One day off and I'm going soft. You're right, man. I wanted to come in gentle today, not trigger happy, because that could happen. You come in too guns blazing is not good. So kind of ease into the week. And what a great way to do it. NBIS delivering today, so really nice.
There you go. Look at that. One trade. It's working out. Good
Yeah.
for you. That's awesome.
Nvidia, friends, losing. Oh, you did, Alicia. Nice. Nvidia losing the previous day close, friends. You got some stuff. You're turning the corner. MU kind of getting a VWAP rejection.
Wow,
And Amazon
dropping now.
Coming back towards the VWAP. Tesla hits 398.30 and then turns around.
I should have been paying closer attention to Nvidia. It was making a series of lower highs, and when it got below VWAP, that would have been a good drop with a clear stop loss. Missed opportunity there.
Let's see here. USO, does it fit our VWAP strategy? Pattern wise, yes, it's doing it right now. So you see the breakout here, you got the pullback, and now if this candle can come up here and give you the confirmation, you can go along here. I personally don't like to trade these ETFs, but it is giving you the pattern, right? And if your other signals are also telling you this could be a good one of the signals could be the market, right? If the market is dropping like it is now, that's another good signal, right? Because these two things are kind of hand in hand at the moment. So yeah, it does look good. Stop will be one. Oh, this doesn't move much, so you could put your stop at 117.50. No, not you. Do your stop. I will put my stop 117.50, and you could give this room because this doesn't move a whole lot. So it's making the move. It really is. What's making the move for us, friends, is NBIS, new low here. We're going to try to get to 115. Let's see if it's in the cards. We got tons of orders from Market Atlas, 115, 38,000. That's a beautiful number there. Let's see if we can go pick up those bad boys and take another partial there. So looking good right now at NBIS. So very nice. Oh, let's see here. MYM. Oh, it's nothing there. It's not a ticker. Candle at MYM. Check the ticker. Didn't come up for me. XOM. Oh, it's futures. Okay. Well, what is that? The future of that? What does it represent? Yeah, yeah, oil, energy. These guys are moving. How about BAT L? It's kind of like was the spokesman for a little bit. Nah, the fun is over in BAT L. Look at that, hitting 12 now. So the fun is done on this one. Oh, it's Dow. Okay. Yeah. Yep. What's this? YD. All right, friends, we're under 116. I'm looking for 115 next. But we won't let this come up too much if it does decide to reverse, because it could be very aggressive alongside with Nvidia here also. So we'll just keep a close eye on it. What did MU end up doing? MU, not much actually. Couldn't get back up to that 455.50, which is the all-time highs, and just kind of wrapping itself around the VWAP. Had a fake VWAP, had a breakdown of the VWAP, right? Got the breakout. Here's the pullback, never came back up. So never gave you that signal that we look for on the VWAP breakout strategy. And that's available to you guys on the Lambos and on YouTube, actually. I think it's free on YouTube. So go check it out if you want to learn how to trade that. The VWAP breakout strategy that you sometimes hear Peter and I trade. And also, Peter has a lightning, which is if you want to check out the lightning bolt strategy, very similar to the VWAP breakout strategy as well. So check that one out as well. That's available at bearwithtraders.com. The lightning bolt strategy is very similar too. Nvidia looking to make a new low. How can I become member of the Lambos and Garbage Truck? Right on YouTube, my friend. It's $5 a month, very cheap, very inexpensive. Helps you, be part of the community here. So you just head over to Bear with Traders here on YouTube, and you click on join the channel as a premium member, and that tier is called Lambos and Garbage Truck, and a couple of videos available to you there. I got some great emails, by the way, from you guys on videos you would like to see for Lambos and Garbage Truck. So I'm going to start working on those. And you also get access to our live giveaway for funded accounts. So every day we do a funded account giveaway live here on YouTube. You get access to that too. So yeah, there it is. All right, let's see how MBIs is doing. Pulling back a little bit here, friends. 117. We'll see if we can go any lower.
Wow, look at all those screens. Some people are posting their setups now in the chat room, Carlos, because people are asking for my setup. So I just posted a picture. In case people are wondering, because we were busy having this whole conversation, let me call it up. I'll show you guys. This is what my setup actually looks like. Hold on here. Here, let's I'll bring it here so you guys can. There it is. Whoops! What the heck did I just do?
I had it, then disappeared.
Here it is. Okay. So
this is your setup now?
This is what I sit and look at right now. So this is, if you guys are wondering behind the scenes, that's what I'm staring at. You can see the stream deck on the right, bottom right, that I use for the pre-market show. It's not enabled. You can see my sign there that says "Take the damn trade" right in the middle and behind my keyboard. The magic 8-ball. You can see it sitting there on the desk. My water, my notepad, the whole thing. So there you go. That's what I'm staring at. So
yes,
I sit here every day. So there you go. Now you guys know. But I said I have to make some choices because the new computer, Carlos, I got, it was prohibitively expensive to get 2 video cards because you need all sorts of special equipment to do it. As much as I have 2 video cards in my current setup, prices have gone up so much, right, that it would increase the price of the setup by at least $2,000 just to get a second video card. So I ended up getting a setup that only has 1 video card, which means I'm going to have to look at either replacing either running 2 setups, one that I'll just do streaming off of and one when I'm trading on a regular day. Or I'm going to have to move to curved monitors or some extended monitors here, right, to get 4 bigger monitors. So we'll see.
Yeah,
we'll see what we do.
Yeah, two video cards will be tough, man. Because I think you get 4. You can connect 4 monitors, right, with that card.
You can only connect 4.
Yeah.
And you can't connect.
And
4,
do you even have space? Like
4,
these video
4K.
cards. These video cards are like massive. Do you even have space to connect the other one? I mean,
well,
you probably do.
That's what they were telling me as I was doing the research. Most of the builds, most of the chassis that you get don't support more than 1 card because they're just too big. You can't fit 2 in them physically. So anyways, Oh, look at Nvidia. Look, I missed this Nvidia trade, guys. It's a great opportunity. The short off of the VWAP again.
Beautiful,
lower highs. Like you can see it clearly on how it had lower highs up there, back around 945, 950. 950 is when you could see really the good trade with the stop above, that previous high. That would have been a perfect opportunity. I was busy watching my Tesla at the time. So anyways, so there, missed trade there. None of the setups I was talking about really worked, did they? Remember I was talking before the open about Oklo, what I was looking for, and NBIS, and Cororeweave even, for example, right? None of them really set up, and so I'm happy not to have traded those. I've got a very specific setup that I was looking for. I described it to you guys, and none of them really did it. So those are okay to have missed. Tesla, as you guys have helped me out with, I definitely mismanaged, right? Definitely need to maybe loosen my my risk controls. when you get into the trade, once the money's on the table, just let it run, right? I got to stop moving my stop to break even so quickly because that's really what gets me time and again, where I get stopped out of these potential winners. So,
Yeah. Yeah.
and I know it.
Uh,
Now I got to do something about it, right?
yes. Yes. See people in chat sharing their setups. I always like watching setups. Always fun to see what people are
Yeah.
doing, what they're watching. Look at this one here. This is way too much for me, but how many? 1, 2, 3, 4.
That's just two
1,
monitors,
2,
eh?
3,
But look at
4,
all those
5,
look at
6,
all those
7, 8,
screens. Yeah,
9.
that's a
My goodness, that is a lot of charts.
like that.
And
That's a
yeah,
lot of charts. That's
that's
way
a
too
lot of
much to watch.
way too
But
much.
those
Yeah.
got to be like high res. Those got to be 4K. I don't know how big those are. Those are
Curve.
huge.
Yeah, this is a
70-inch.
4K.
Like those look massive.
Yeah, and they're curved
Yeah.
monitors too. You could tell here. So yeah, it's people got a lot of interesting setups. So that's Glenn's setup over in the chat room, friends. And then here you have
There's
another
another
one.
one. Pick the one right below that, Carlos.
Yeah, this one here.
It's the setup. He's got a whole ton of monitors, but it's the view out the window that's even better.
Oh yeah, that's the view out the window. That's
Yeah,
the
there.
what counts.
Yeah.
Yeah.
See?
I'm telling you, man, me and my wife, we got to
Yeah.
make some real life choices here and decisions because we can have that view, just not here, not in New York. It's
Yeah.
not gonna happen.
Definitely not.
Anything near the Hudson, you're paying a couple of $1 million, right? So that's not gonna happen here. But and it still doesn't look like that. It's
I
brown
don't think
water,
there's a single palm tree along the
and
Hudson.
it's brown water anyway.
Yeah.
So, oh boy, oh boy.
Yeah.
All right, there it is.
Yeah.
All right, friends.
Oklo back at the lows here. Or sorry, NBIS. Sorry, back at the lows.
Yeah, we're
Oklo's
just
on your screen, but
back and forth here. I'm watching this one. I see we get to 115, so I'm just waiting for that. It looks like a slow drop there. So we made a new low, which is good. Let's just hope this does not become a double bottom. Are you guys still in this with me or what? NBIS. You still in? Did you bail? Let's see. I've got a couple of people that were short with us, so hopefully you're still in this. And let's hope that it drops. Let's hope it drops 115. Tommy Guns is in. Nice. Rhino, it's good to see you. I think I saw you earlier, so good morning to you. Running late to the show today. Hopefully everything's okay. Torzaya is in. Yes, you changed your name. That was not your name before, but I remember the picture. I know you would have for some time, so welcome. Shady, American Airlines. Yeah, what is American Airlines doing? Yeah, it's not trading well today.
yeah, it's not doing a lot.
Yeah, it's not trading well.
It's at the lows. So
it's at the lows. United Airlines and Delta, they're all very similar.
American Airlines is hard. I find it hard with our strategies because you don't get level 2 information because there's always a ton of orders on both sides of the level 2. So it gets hard to American Airlines.
Yeah, it does.
It's one of those where you just have lots of orders all over the place, and I find it harder to sort of. I feel like I'm missing information because you just don't. It doesn't give you any differentiation.
Hard to tell the imbalance. I mean, look at it here too. Like you see, it pops up. This is just thousands upon thousands of orders. So when you look at Market Atlas, it'll probably look like a mess. It's not because Market Atlas is a mess. It's because the data that you're getting from American Airlines is a mess, right? So it's very difficult to trade. And you see that a lot with lower price stocks and low floats. Well, not too low, but lower type floats. You also see that massiveness on there. And stocks like GE, sometimes when they're in play, you see a bunch of orders just sitting there.
Now if I zoom out on American Airlines, there are a ton of orders sitting at $10. There's 720,000 shares sitting at $10. I just, I don't know the stock to know well enough. Is it going to go get those? Is that significant? I don't know. Might get close to your target there, Carlos.
I know. I think I might have to move my target up. I think I'm being too aggressive with the 950. I think that's too aggressive.
Oh.
Maybe what I'll do is at $10, we'll buy half of my original position here. Then if it drops lower, I'll buy the rest. Maybe that's a better approach because I think that it's a stretch to get down there if we don't do it in the next couple of days. So, and 3 times I've done this, guys, worked very well. Last time I sold too early, and I sold like at 13, 12, and it ended up going all the way to 16. So I sold way too early. Was right in this area here. You know, because it just kept bouncing back and forth. So I sold around here. Oh, sorry, I don't got the daily for you guys. So we bought in here. Last time we went below 950. We bought in this area. We added a couple of times. This is for swing trade now, not day trading. And then it came up here. We stuck around through all of this. And when it came back up, on the way back down, I'm like, okay, that's enough. I sold like a 1250. And then a couple of weeks later, boom,
It always
16.
it always
Oh,
amazes
boy.
me people that like the people are still posting their setups in the chat room, which is cool. It's cool to see,
Yeah.
like you said. It's neat to see. I don't know if you can pull up the one that Francis Xavier just posted, but it's just like it's almost like he's like, I'm gonna take every monitor I can find around the house and we're just gonna attach it here.
Yeah.
Like it's a little bit of
Yes.
everything. He's got big screens, he's got little screens, he's got he's got tablets, he's got a laptop, he's got I don't know, look at the tiny one in the middle. I don't even know what that is. It's like a little square thing
Yeah.
right behind the keyboard. Anyways, he's just attach it all, hook it all up. Why not?
Yeah. Yeah. Love it. Love. I'm surprised
And,
this
and,
monitor
and
is not on with something. All
yeah, that's
right.
true. Yeah, there you go. He's got the big TV. Got to hook
Got the
that up
big
to something.
TV. Yeah. All right. NBI is pulling back here a little bit, guys. So did a new low and it's coming back. We did 115.11. So again, let's see if it's over or we're just going back and forth. You want to read the notes posted on his wall? Are you that person, Ryan? Zoom in to see, okay, what are we saying here? Is it any secrets?
Yeah,
It
yeah.
just
What
says
does it say?
lower plus wider, higher plus wider, higher plus narrow, and I guess it has some commentary, which is pretty hard to see here. Did he write that? If he did, that's a nice
Yeah,
handwriting. My handwriting looks like a doctor's
yeah.
handwriting. That's is messy, but
Option
that's
one, open
yeah,
930 above CP, short at R3. Yeah, he's got some instructions for himself.
yeah.
So looks like he's using a Thor type theory on that. Just zooming
Mm-hmm.
in on it. He clearly didn't take this today. It was taken on Tuesday, the 14th of October. Anyways,
Yep, yep, yep. All right, let's see,
blue background.
friends.
Love how everybody looks at something different. Microsoft made a surprising move from high to low here. Uh, I
Yeah,
wouldn't.
nice breakout.
No signal for me to enter. Again, Microsoft likes to do these things on like no volume. Notice the volume like didn't change. Volume's just
Yeah,
flat on
yeah,
Microsoft.
yeah, yeah.
That makes it hard for me.
Is Microsoft at a good buy for the future? Where are our investors and swing traders? I'm not that I'm proponing I'm going to do that, but are people looking to do that? Microsoft on the daily seems interesting. That's
Yeah,
for sure.
yeah. It does look like, I mean, if you believe the market is going to go higher, Microsoft tends to move with the market a lot. So
Looks like Medi has some in there as well. Rocket Lab moving well. I'm just looking at my trade here, just back and forth between 117 and 115. So I got that on the other screen. But Rocket Lab, let's take a look at that. Yeah, this got going. But again, no signal for us to trade it. It just kind of took off, right? Just took off. And then it completely changed the way it was trading. Like it was struggling here, not doing anything. Volume comes in and slowly just takes off nicely, becomes a great trade here. NBI is coming up to 117. The fun might be over on this thing. If it is, we'll get out of it, but let's see.
I
NBS
see
wants to do.
Allison, you're asking, do you think that the slippage on IBKR is a lot? I don't think so. I mean, on occasion it can be, but I don't think that's different than any other platform, right? When you get a higher spread, a faster moving
Yeah.
stock, sometimes I get a lot, I get a more slippage than I would want. Most of the
Mm-hmm.
time I get filled right where I expect. Every once in a while you get filled favorably. I think it's more the market than it is the broker. But
Yeah.
I don't know. It's tough to tell. It's been a while since I've used a different broker, so I probably don't have a fair comparison, to be honest.
Yeah.
You find it much worse. Oh, I also find it much worse than Weeble. Okay. It could
Which
be.
which Oh, interactive brokers? Really? That's interesting. So many great platforms. Now we're talking about this yesterday on our onboarding class with the new members. Before it was like, nope, just use this. Now you could really join BBT and use any platform you want. To be honest, there's so many great ones. They have improved a lot. Like Thinkorswim has definitely improved their fills from what they used to be in 2017. And I'm sure a lot of these, I don't use Weibo or TradeStation, but I know a lot of you guys do. You could join BBT with any platform you're using. It doesn't really matter anymore. Before, there was only a handful that really got the job done. Now there's just so many that can trade well.
Frank the bald guy. Frank the bald guy is about to live stream his guitar. You want guitar? Go see Frank the bald guy.
Frank the bald guy. Peace and joy. Like that. It's good.
Oh, wow. Frank the bald guy's got a big beard. Okay.
There we go. Very nice.
Whoa. Frank the bald guy's got lots of guitars.
Yeah, we need more videos from Frank the bald guy. It's not I only see 3. We need more.
Check it. No, he's got a whole bunch of live ones.
Oh, I only see 3. Okay.
No, he's got a ton of videos in here.
Oh, not getting them. I'm having the wrong link. Okay. Figure that out. All right, friends. Let's see. If NBIS comes back to 115.20, 115.40, I probably would take another partial because we're taking too long, and then our moving averages are going to start flattening out on the bigger time frame. Look at the 5-minute now. You can see here the 9 moving average. Very nice. Nice and cool. But if we keep doing this, we start flattening these out, and then it could be a higher potential that's going to just come back up. So if it can get back over here and we don't start seeing some kind of upwards movement, then we're probably going to, I won't say I'm going to take everything off, but I will take some more off here if we can. Nvidia, yes, Nvidia's in a very nice spot here. Look at this recovery here. We're at the VWAP. We're at the previous day close. This could be a thing for us. It's great support here. Great support that we're breaking out of. And we got the momentum running up pretty nice here. Can we do our move? Here's the pullback. In a case like this, guys, I'm putting my stop below the previous day close. Like my stop would normally be right here. I'm gonna use the previous day close as well. I'm gonna use everything I can. I'll put my stop 183.10, 183, and just take less shares if we need to. But I think that's where the stop will make a little bit more sense. So let's see if NBIS can continue lower. It's moving higher now, probably because of Nvidia. And let's see if we can get something rocking here. Let's see.
Wow, you'd think going with the name Frank the Bald Guy would give you like a unique name, and yet there's 3 different channels with people named Frank the Bald Guy.
Well, you're looking at the wrong one?
I don't know.
Oh, okay.
I'm not sure. It's tough to tell. I don't know who's who. None of them match the same name as the same numbers as Frank the Bald Guy 3604. So
we're
really talking about you, Frank.
You can just right click here on the name and just go to channel.
Okay.
Yeah. Not right click. You just click and then go to channel. It goes right to the right one.
I see. Okay, you're right. Yeah, I got 3 videos on this guy. So there's 4. There's at least 4 different guys called Frank the Bald Guy.
Well, was a popular
there's a
name.
lot of them. I wouldn't have
thought a lot of bald Franks.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But apparently.
All right, where's the push Nvidia? Nvidia doesn't seem to want to go higher, guys. This is failing our move right now. Not yet, but at the moment, it's looking more of a rejection than an actual breakout. So let's see, these two will now be considered pullbacks. These 2 candles here. Let's see if this one can come up. That'll be the breakout. So let's see.
I like it, Premier. Use premier. I don't know how to say that now. Anyways, frankly bald. Yeah.
Options.
Opportunity lost. This is why it's good to crowdsource these things sometimes. There's people with great ideas out there, right?
NBI. Oh, yeah,
All
this
right.
is failing.
Nvidia
This is
made a bounce
failing.
back here to previous day
Yeah.
close, bounce off the lows. Yeah, Tesla, look at this. Tesla still never would have come back to my entry if I'd held that original one. Tisk, for shame, for shame.
Yeah. So
Sad
on
to be
Nvidia,
me.
guys, I won't be considering this one anymore just because this is a failed VWAP breakout. So that's not what you want to be in.
Premier WS. Now I got it. Thank you.
Let's see here. All right, that's good. Oh, nice drop on NBIS, guys. Let's go. Let's go. Peter, what are you drinking today?
What am I drinking today?
I got some Woodford Reserve.
Well, later today. Well, let's see. Andrew's asking. I mean, it's a little early. But he's asking what I'm drinking now. I'm just drinking water. Water. Actually, I need to go get myself a protein shake because I went to my class this morning and my legs are tired. So they should be. I should have worn my "Shut Up Legs" t-shirt. It's a good cycling shirt.
Shut up, legs. That's good.
Shut up, legs.
Awesome.
Yeah. So. Instead, I didn't even mention it, guys, but I wore this shirt. Can you guess why I wore this shirt? What stock is having earnings? Huh? Let's see if you can you get this, Carlos.
Oklo?
Am I in the camera?
Is that like a Oklo type of shirt? Yeah.
Yeah. Never trust an atom. They make up everything.
Yeah.
That's what the shirt
I like
says.
it. I like it. Makes perfect sense. Makes perfect sense. Amazon sideways, nothing happening. Tesla, not much going on. MU moved, actually broke out nicely. No signal for us to join. Did hit 455. That is a new all-time highs for, yes, right. Yeah, 456.45. New all-time high for MU. So that's exciting. Nvidia failed the VI breakout, so that's why we didn't take it long, which is good for me because it's moving with NBIS, so it's good for my position. If that would have worked out, I would have closed out this one and jumped on Nvidia. But this one's going lower. So let's see if we get 115, guys. This will be the next partial here. 115. I know we had tons of orders there with Atlas, so let's see if that can develop. Where's my Atlas? I got too many screens open. I need another monitor. I just don't want to buy more monitors, more cables. I like my 3 monitors, but I need another one. But I love the 3 monitor setup.
Yeah.
It's
I don't know,
clean.
Carlos. I've got the 6.
It's clean.
And I can't. My wife was asking me the other day, "Do you really need 6?" I'm like, I can't picture not having 6. I've been using them for so long.
You got to try, man. You got to. And what size are them?
I guess.
What size are the monitors?
They're 27-inch monitors, so they're not huge.
They're not huge, but that's what I have. I have 27 inch. And
well, imagine getting used to.
I had 6 before. I had 6. Man, the cabling. Oh my god, it was brutal here. The amount of cables. Yeah, it was a mess. All right, let's see. NBIS. Come on, baby. Let's drop up below 115. See if we can get the drop going. There it is. Come on. We're going to wait for a flush here now. All right, so we're ready. Hands on the hotkey here. There it is. Come to us, my friend. I hope you guys are still in this with me here. Let's see. I'm being a little bit greedy now, I have to admit. Little greed, wanting more, wanting the flush. Let's see here. Let's see if the little bit of the greed is gonna pay off a little bit here. I partial a couple of times already. So I did partial here, and I'm just looking to see how low we can go here. We're at our target 115. I should take another partial, but I'm just kind of being a little lucky charm here. All right, let's take a partial. Let's not mess around. Let's take a partial. I was trying to wait to see if it dropped even lower, but we'll take a partial here, friends, on NBIS. Hopefully, it was not as greedy as I was and took a partial down here. I was waiting for like a flush down lower, and that did not work out, but that's okay. That's okay. 115 got the job done. Above 115 here.
Hey, NBS is working out well for you. That's
yeah,
good.
it is. It is. Yep, Mojito partial a couple of times. Another partial here on NBIS. Nvidia's trying to go back up towards the previous day close in VWAP. Let's see if anything happens there. Let's take a look at our secondary. I haven't seen what's going on with the secondary. American Airlines did drop a little bit, bouncing back. Oklo, nothing going on. Seems so quiet and dead this morning after the market opened. IBRX fell apart, just dropping lower. Cororeweave did get a breakout, mostly choppy. Besides this one area here, mostly choppy. And then TME, we did have this one here. What a great short on TME. Very active open, then down all the way to $12. So from 13.
Yeah, that's always a hard one. We were also watching some of the semiconductors. They didn't really make our list, but AXTI, which actually got a little bit of a climb higher. Not green yet, but it moved up a little bit. And then AAOI, which is the other one we were looking at. And again, neither one really had a good trading opportunity, so I don't think we missed much on that side.
Yeah. Yep, not much to see here.
So
NBIS back down. I think there's more downside to NBIS. Let's hope
you like
so.
my hat? People like my hat. Is the real
Yeah.
is the real hat? Yeah, I bought it in Ireland many years ago. So I bought one for each of my kids. They're now downstairs live in the basement. So
Nice.
should we have some Irish whiskey? Is that something we should do? I'm
We
all
should
for that.
always
I haven't
have
eaten yet
some
today.
Irish
Man,
whiskey.
that'll go right to my head.
Well,
all right, let's get some. We'll be right
before
back.
you do that, eat a Twinkie. Don't you have a Twinkie nearby? Bring a Twinkie. Eat a Twinkie, then drink the.
No, I don't. No, no Twinkie. What do you stop hurting me?
Boy.
Absolutely not. Let's see what I've got in stock for Irish whiskeys.
Yeah.
I know I have at least one. Maybe I have two. Let's find out. Hold on.
Go get the bottle, my friend. All right, as we wait for Peter to get that whiskey over, let's see what NBIS is doing. It is giving us a hard time, but I think we'll get lower. I think so. I think we'll get lower. Nvidia struggling to get above the previous day close and the VWAP. So another rejection, another slight rejection here at the VWAP as well. Microsoft, nothing. Amazon, nothing. Tesla breaking out again. Tesla slowly continues to break out. It gives you a hard time, but it breaks out. New high now, 398.64 in Tesla. MU, and yeah, so not a whole lot that looks right. I think today was one of the days where I actually picked the right horse. Like if I look at the rest of the tickers I have on deck, they all don't look awesome compared to NBIS. So some days
I think you did.
We get it right. Yeah.
You picked the right one. Okay. So we got two in stock here, guys. I need your help. We're gonna crowdsource it. We've got two Irish whiskeys. We've got Writer's Tears that we can pick, Writer's Tears or Proper 12. Two different Irish whiskeys here. So what do you guys think? Which one? I don't know if you want to see colors, see what they look like. So, any votes? I don't have red breast. Yeah. No red breast here. Let me know which one you think we should crack open here.
Jameson. I had a lot of great nights with Jameson.
Tears? Raiders Tears? Yeah, that's the one I generally go back to. It's you can see it's a lot emptier. It's almost empty. The proper 12's not bad though. If you haven't had it and you like a strong Irish whiskey, that's a all right. We'll do it. Hold on. Let's see if we can listen up. Guys, this is the best sound in bottlage. Oh, it didn't make much of a sound. Sorry.
All
right.
Let's go, baby.
All right,
Let's
we won't do
go.
too much. It is early. It's early in the day.
It's early. Not on St. Patrick's Day. Time does not matter.
So, cheers, everybody.
Cheers.
Happy St. Patty's Day. We'll toast all of the Irish and Irish wannabes out there. So, cheers. Yeah, you know, it's happy hour somewhere.
Absolutely.
Absolutely. It's never too early for some whiskey.
No, never too early, man. Absolutely not. Look at NBIS go.
Oh, to be retired. You know what?
NBIS.
Just be who you are. Oh, Carlos, you're getting a move lower, it looks like, again.
Yeah, we are, man. We are. So I'm just gonna try to be as patient as possible here. But look at this, man. Looks great.
Wow, nice move.
Now the trading will be disciplined, says James. Yeah, if you could drink and trade, it's good training. That's good training.
Yeah, maybe now. Am I part Irish? Yeah. The Donnelly last name is Northern Ireland, Northern Irish. So, the O'Donnells. I got a shirt that I wore before that had the family crest on it. Oh, I had it here too. Here's my family pin. I don't know if you can. Let's see if we can get the camera to focus in on that. That's anyways, there's my family crest. Yeah, I don't think it's gonna focus on that. But anyways, there you go.
Nice.
So apparently the name comes from the Gaelic meaning brown valor. I don't know what that means exactly. Oh my. Apparently us Donnellys were descended from Donnell O'Neill, who himself was a direct descendant of the one-time sons of Niall, who kidnapped St. Patrick and brought him to Ireland. Apparently my family way back when helped kidnap St. Patrick and bring him to Ireland. So there you go. That's very appropriate on today.
Yeah.
Had no idea.
You're asking Mountain Pass on MU.
Yeah.
I think it made a new high. So I don't know. I think it made a new high. So if you're looking at this, I don't think that's gonna work because of the new high there.
Chris MC, your dog is going crazy. All right, Nvidia is back below. It's red here, back below the previous day close.
All right, let's see. Right, friends, we're just waiting to see what NBIS is gonna give us here. Anything else happening? Microsoft, anything else that we can? Oh, it's 10:40. Okay, all right, so I'm done basically. I thought it was earlier for some reason.
I thought it was you've been in this trade for a while.
Yeah.
You've been in it for an hour now.
Jeez, I have been in here for an hour. Doesn't feel as bad when it's actually working though.
When it works, eh? Yeah.
It doesn't
Yeah.
feel that long.
It's not as
Yeah, it's not as
stressful.
painful. It's not as painful. So, um, but yeah, it does seem like time went fast. $69 likes. Is that all we have? No, we have more.
No. No, there's gotta be more going on. Yeah. 356.
355. Very nice. And I added one more. Yes, hit the as Andrew said, hit the like for Peter. How can I view level 2 on trading terminal? So if you have trading terminal, I'll market Atlas. I will use that for level 2. Right, so click on market Atlas and you can get the visualization of level 2 on there, which is pretty much what this level 2 is, just in a much more visual friendly way. So obviously there's more to it than that, but the idea is this same information and visually plus the history of it. That's the part that
Right.
you don't get on the traditional level 2, which is this one here. You don't get the history. This is active happening right now at the moment with Market Atlas. I'll show you. One of the things I love about it is you can see what took place at certain levels. Did I close? I closed my Market Atlas by mistake, I think. No, it's open. It's here. My screen is not updating.
Everything's popping here right now. We're getting a
Yeah,
pop on the market.
even my NBIS. There, that's better. There it is. Sunita, glad that you are. That's awesome. I know you sent me an email you mentioned, so I'll look for that today. Guys, I want to sell cash secure put on SPY, and how low range wise do you think it will go down today? Oh man, it's a great question that we have no idea. No idea, man. I mean,
no idea.
For all we know, this could be it. This could be the low right here.
Tesla.
171, 671.54.
Look at Tesla. Carlos.
You don't know. Yeah,
So close.
And you would have been in this because
I could have.
your entry was down here, right? Your entry was like over here. Correct. Yeah, over here. Yeah. See, it doesn't.
Oh, it was even earlier.
It was earlier than this.
Below the previous day close.
Here?
Below, the one, if I had held it, the original one was below the previous day close. Just 2 candles after that, but the candle right before it broke through the previous day close.
Yeah.
So.
Going for 400.
Yeah, but anyway.
That's yeah. How about you guys? You guys take Tesla? This was a nice view at breakout here, actually, and it did break the previous day close, hit the high, never look back. So did anybody take this long? And are you still in it? Because, man, this is doing very well. Very, very well. Funded account? Yeah, we could do a funded account. 1045.
Yeah, we didn't do one yesterday, Carlos, with my tech issues. So I promised them to do 2. We need to catch it up. Do 2.
Oh, nice. Nice. Let's do that. Let's do that now then. Let me turn it on. Wait. Hold on. Let's turn on the system.
Don't put anything.
Let's turn it on here. Let's do 2. Let's do one for everyone, and then one for everyone, including Lambos and Garbage Truck, and then one for just Lambos and Garbage Truck members. So let's do that. We'll do everyone first.
You're gonna do a special hashtag?
Yeah, it should be St. Patty, right? What kind of hashtag you want to do? It's got to be short. Give me something short. What do you have?
Put luck. Hashtag luck.
Oh, that's a good one.
The luck of the Irish. That's nice
Look
and
at the Irish,
straightforward.
baby.
All right, and luck for your winning. Hopefully you win. Hashtag luck.
Yes. Hashtag luck. Everybody's in this one, friends. So no matter if you're a Lambos Garbage Truck member or not, you're in this one. The next one only for our Lambos and Garbage Truck member. Our Lambos and Garbage Truck member do get an extra ticket, right? So you do get a little more luck to win this one, but you are in. And I will give it a bit here. So 111 entries. You should have more than that. It's like 700 people watching. So type luck. We should have way more than 143, 145. Let's see if you guys can get in there. I'll do it myself. Type in luck in there. We'll get in that as well. Very good. I'm in. There's me. Rolando Garcia is in. Jeremy Smith is in. Very, very nice. All right, let's see here as we wait for MBIS to see what it wants to do. We're kind of getting a nice bounce here right now. All right, here we go, friends. Let's do it. The winner is going to be for the first one. Shoot, that one is going to CCH Love Her. CCH Love Her. You are the winner. Congratulations. Send me an email. Carlos at bearwithtraders.com. We're going to do another one really quick. Here, there's Frank the Ball Guy. I was looking at him earlier. Frank the Ball Guy's right there. All right, let's see for the next one. We'll do the same thing. We'll do luck, but this will be just for our channel members. So the same hashtag luck for our Lambos and Garbage Truck member. We'll give that a little bit. We'll do that one as well. Very good. Nvidia, MU. Man, MU is trading so well, especially after like 1025, 1030. It's just gone. That is so nice. That's trading so well. All right, friends, here we go. Let's take a look here. The winner. Let me bring it up so you guys can see what's taking place. The winner for today, Amaldi VS 8090. Amaldi VS 8090. Congratulations. Send me an email. Carlos at bearwithtraders.com, and we'll get you guys all set up. So congrats. On this lucky St. Patrick's Day, you guys won. So awesome. Oh, dum, dum, dum. MU, Nvidia, just MBIS
Tesla's
might be
pushing 400 here.
over.
There you go. Just touched on 400. Finally. See what it can do here now. Oh, looks like it bounced off of that 400.
Let's see what takes place. The game is rigged, Chris MC. You don't win, right? I don't win either, man. I put it in every day, and I don't win.
Me too. Me too. I thought today luck might be my lucky charm, but not today.
Even the hat couldn't help Peter win today. So
No,
it
even the
just
hat
tells you
couldn't.
the algos, they don't have no preference whatsoever. Just X's and oh, actually no, it's ones and zeros really. It's just ones and zeros, no feelings, and all randomness.
Yeah.
That is what it is. All right, 36 and sunny outside, so hopefully it's not windy. Because it was very, very windy the last couple of hours. Queued up the chop guy. I don't. Queued up the chop guy. I don't. Yeah, you're right. A lot of stuff was more choppier than actual breakouts. There is more chop. Yeah.
Here we go.
You got into something, Peter? You're short Tesla?
Yeah. I'm short Nvidia actually.
Nvidia. That's
so
good.
yeah, it's the second try at it. Let's put it up on the screen here. I took a try and I got stopped. Again, maybe stop in hindsight, maybe too tight, but I did it again. And then I got in short again, same spot. I was looking for a breakdown of this level, hopefully the low of day, but I took a partial on that spike, and
Nice.
we're hoping that we get a move lower. Whoops, there you go. There's a zoom in of it, so we'll see.
Yeah, sweet. Sweet.
So these are my later in the day trades. I'm looking for break of levels. Nvidia hasn't been that active really. It hasn't showed any momentum. That's why I'm hoping that it's going to hit some weakness here and be able to move lower all the way down to that low of day that it set earlier around 10 o'clock. That would be great. That would be a great move for me. But so I don't know. I mean, how confident am I decline? Not very. In fact, it's coming right back up here. It's about to stop me out. There you go. Stop me out. So it keeps doing that.
Wow,
Keeps doing that.
Pop.
It's choppy
what
today.
A pop.
It's not a
Yeah.
drop and then the pop right back up here. So
The choppy guy out here on Nvidia. Choppity chop.
Yeah. Choppity chop. Keep losing my hat. I can't tilt my head too fast. Doesn't it's the headphones.
The headphones,
can't mash the hat on my head properly.
NBI started going down when Nvidia started going down, right? It's kind of seeing some pressure, and then now it stop that movement downwards. So this might be it. 114.41 was the low. I don't think we're gonna visit that anytime near. So we might be dropping that there. All right, just checking what else we got going on. A lot more. Okay, here it is. A lot more people have voted for our poll. I can see there's more. Some more numbers here. 659 votes. Not anymore. Not anymore looks a little bit better now. 30%, a little bit higher. Never really did. Still high at 60.
It's a little mean of you guys. We've got almost twice as many votes as we have likes. So that's so we know you're out there.
People like to vote.
Attention.
They like to vote. Yes, they like to vote, and they like to put their 2 cents in, which is so true. I always vote. I go to other channels. I vote. I'm voting, but I'm not hitting the like button. Voting is a thing for people that they love it. They love it. So, yes. Going out looks different now. Good music, good food. True. Yeah, I agree. But even when I was drinking more than what I do now in my party days, St. Patty's was not a thing. And as crazy as he is, here in New York, they go in. Like New York City, I mean, it's just insane what they do there. But yeah, every time I think NBIS is going to like quit, it does these drops that keep me in the game, keep me in here. So I'm ready to bail on it and just take everything out. We had a great day already, but every time it does this drop, it keeps me in the game here. So we will see.
Tesla moving up.
So we will see here.
Market is, yeah, not really going anywhere, is it? It's moving up a
No?
little bit.
Let's see here what we got.
Oh, Nvidia's, well, look at that. Pop right back to the VWAP and back down. So, ping, ping. Look at that.
Yeah, yeah. All right, let's see here, friends. All right, so I'm gonna keep babying this trade. I'll keep watching it. I don't think it's no reason to get out of it yet. It's been a great short so far. A couple of partials in, and let's see where it goes from here. So,
got a good short now.
yeah, if we can get another drop, great towards that 114. But at this point, I'm just gonna keep watching it and see what it does. Maybe set some kind of range order or something. But I do see my good buddy Nathan. You're all good to go. How are you, my friend?
Oh,
I'm doing as well as I could right now. So
Okay. Okay. Good,
just
man. Glad to hear that. Yeah.
but yeah, it
Okay.
was a rough last week and weekend. So how are
Yeah,
you
no,
doing? What do you guys trade today?
you mentioned you had a couple of stuff going on in your
Yeah.
end, man. So hopefully all is
Good
well.
morning, everybody. How are you guys doing?
Doing
Hey,
good.
what's
I
up?
see Andrew going in here. Hello, hello.
oh my God, we
Nice.
got the whole gang now. Andrew's here.
Yeah.
did.
Um, happy St. Patrick's Day for you, Peter.
Yes, indeed. St. Patty's Day.
I know I am jealous of the hat.
Yeah, it's a
That's
great hat.
Nice.
that's a nice hat.
Are you guys drinking or not today?
Yeah, I got a drink right here. Got some Irish whiskey on the go.
Oh,
Sure.
nice.
So
I'm in Margaritaville, so I'm absolutely going to have a cocktail later.
yeah, JT, thanks for coming. How are you doing today?
Great, great. It was honestly a really good money show too. I'm sorry you missed it. I had a good time with Nathan and Thor though.
Yeah, it was the flight was really crazy. They canceled our flight twice and they rescheduled me on something that I was getting into money show by 2 a.m. on Tuesday. So and our show was really
Oof.
at 5 a.m. So it really didn't work out. But I was happy that Nathan, Mike, and the rest of the team really covered for us. I just came to say hi quickly, and we had a really good trade in the chat room on Tesla. So we did a really nice 5 minute range breakout. It was one of my longest trade that I've ever had on Tesla. So it took, for me almost 2 hours to that trade work. But I'll hand it over to you guys to discuss about the things. Nathan, we are building a a replay for Market Atlas. So essentially, people
Oh,
like
that would be amazing. Yeah.
and see the levels. We don't have the bubbles, but you can see the levels and up to 2 weeks, and you can run it in different speed as well. So it would be really nice for the people who want to practice. That would be really nice. Actually, fast pace as well. So fast speed.
Yeah, especially order flow. Just getting
Yeah,
used to seeing all the flashing lights and things moving around sometimes.
yeah,
Just
exactly.
knowing what to look past and what to pay attention to is a part of half the battle.
Yeah.
Yeah, visual acuity when dealing with modular order flow like this is going to be very, very time intensive. It's just, you got to have eyes on the chart. You just got to spend the time and the energy. And once you get used to it, it's just like every other chart, pretty much, I feel.
Yeah.
I'm a huge fan of
Yeah.
it. Well, I
Yeah.
mean, you know that.
I do.
All right. So I hand it over to you guys. Thanks for coming. I appreciate that.
Appreciate it, brother. Have a nice day.
Bye-bye.
See you, Andrew. And just to start, last week I had something happen to a close family member of mine, and they ended up passing away this weekend. So for everybody that I'm doing the Atlas mentorship with, I'm so sorry about last week. It's just all of a sudden and been a little bit difficult to deal with. So I apologize. I haven't been ignoring you, but I've just been trying to figure out things for me. So it's been hard. And I just want to tell you guys, I'm sorry, and I will be emailing you soon, and we'll start getting back together. I just need a little bit of time to try to compose myself and get back to where I can handle some things. Well, I appreciate you guys. That's fine. I just wanted to let you guys know, and I apologize. So,
Yeah,
what's
Nathan,
up,
as always,
JT?
man. You're always welcome to text me, man. You know that. So
I
I'm
appreciate
always
it.
around for
Yeah.
a call. Honestly, like as Andrew said, like while the flight was crazy, it was really fantastic to get to see as many people as we did get to see during the money show. I think I got to speak with a dozen, maybe a little bit more of Bear Bulls traders who actually
Oh, hell
like
yeah.
integrate or utilize not just Market Atlas or Bear Bulls traders, but they utilize Spot Gamma or other tools as well. Um, there's three fantastic Chinese ladies who were awesome. I believe one of them's name was Risa, kind of like Lisa, but with an R. And then Me Too, and I could not remember the third one's name. Fantastic individuals. Absolutely brilliant traders too. I was really, really impressed with their knowledge. So that was great. And then just some of the other things that you and I kind of talked about is um, just really like making it a little bit more open so that, we can have some of the conversations about options, just making it so that I'm a little bit more available to the Bear Bulls traders audiences and stuff. I'm really excited about doing some of that stuff. I think I'm seeing Atlas on the screen
Well,
right now, just rip lower right now. Look at that bad boy.
dude, yeah, but it like we're starting to
25060.
break out.
Yeah.
Starting to break out and get some good price action, and now we're just getting stuffed on every new high, which is
So
what the
yeah, let
choppiness
me
that we
pop
keep
up
seeing is that.
let me pop up whatchamacallit here. Give me a second. We're gonna be seeing a whole bunch of madness for a second. I don't have my screens perfectly organized. Let's get rid of that. And then kind of if you've got this here, yeah, there we go. Cool. I'm good here if you want to share that. Okay, so I want to pop over to Trace real quick. Let me show you what Trace looked like at 9:30 this morning, pretty much on the open. Just negative. Just straight out and out negative, right? There is some positive gamma. Oh, let me get Presentify up here real quick. Where you at, Presentify? Bam. Okay, there it is. Cool. So just a couple like these little positive gamma things, these are nothing. These are not going to be any amount of substance once the market opens. What I would expect seeing this kind of thing, slippery when wet, is literally what I would expect. If we're between these two strikes right here and there's nothing else that actually develops materially to like showcase some of this stuff, direction I have none. I'm just looking at levels and trying to stay nimble, really. And I think that that's honestly the best way because it's just negative gamma. It's just really bad negative gamma right now.
Well, wouldn't we be trending a little bit more?
No, because so you would be if we had a trend direction, but if you look at the hero divergences that we've got going on right now. So if we pop over to hero real quick, boop, boop, boop. Yeah, let's go over to S&P equities. So this is the equities version. So this is looking at all the 503 tickers all at the same time, all of their options flow combined together, right? This is different than looking at index flow specifically. Now, what I do with my options thing here, let me get rid of these little blue boxes when I can. What
The
I do here is
calls,
I
man.
add the calls and the puts. Yeah. So I add S&P 500 calls and puts for the index. So this is looking at equities, but I've manually added the 500 calls and puts. And you can really see that the index is what's driving price action today, right? Because you can see not only are we negative, but as this really started to pick up, that's when we really started to decelerate or decrease in price action or accelerate to the downside. And this is negative 3 billion, right? What was it when we first started? About 1.2, negative 1.2. So 2.8 billion on this move since 1050. So about 15 minutes, maybe. It's a pretty big move in just options. I did see Tesla being called out. That was actually a really great setup I had today as well.
Yeah, Tesla, it had a nice morning.
Tesla's been
It's
fantastic.
picked up again.
It's this 300, this 390, 395, 400 fishbone pattern has just been absolutely wicked for me. Every time we get to this 395 downside, I look for, the same order flow setups that break into the level, hold it, come back, find liquidity, see the buyers
Well,
pick up in price action, get the reversal, all of that. And you've been able to see it at these levels. If we pop in here, you can see it as we broke down and then rallied back, right? We clearly broke down to the 390-ish, which is that negative gamma towards that positive gamma, rallied right straight back, which is what you kind of want to see, negative gamma. And then here's that 395 hold, like to the tick, right? Just to the tick. We're holding 395. This was a solid killer all the way to 400. Absolutely just steadily went.
Really nice bullish structure for those moves too. Those legs look really clean. Come back, retest that prior high, new floor.
And look, like there's every swing low was good all the way. Right? Like you didn't get a bad swing low until your break down, right? This was a great setup. Absolutely fantastic.
Yeah, that's pretty solid. That's about the best price action, at least on like a Mag 7 that I've seen in a long time, several months.
Was it Tesla that was last week too?
Oh, was it? Did it have pretty good?
Hold on.
It's pretty good structure.
Give me a second here. It was Tesla. Yeah. It's this 395, 400. So Thursday or Friday, I was in it was Friday because I was supposed to do the Thursday webinar. But we had some technical difficulties and I had some technical difficulties on my end with internet. So we moved it to the morning. So I was looking at the morning and I'm seeing, okay, we're at 400 coming into the morning. I'm going to short this if we get any volume to the downside. I shorted it to 395. And then I was like, at 395, we got the wishbone pattern. I'm looking back to 400 and then back to 395 potentially. I took it all three ways. Like it was fantastic.
Do you want to describe the wishbone pattern?
Yeah. So we can see it here in Equity Hub right here. Let me zoom in a bit. It's this positive, negative, positive strike setup, okay? Now, in this particular case, this negative strike is very, very tiny. We would like something a little bit bigger. If we go, let's check out Microsoft. Microsoft tends to have some decent ones. Here's a decent one right here, over on the left. So this is a pretty good one right here. So if we were down in this area, 370, 365, 360. Now, what ends up happening with these areas when we're alternating around them? As you're at a level that becomes the at the money volume level, right? That means that most of the transactional volume that you'll see in options is going to be at that level because that's where the at the money is. People are going to speculate to buy or sell calls directly at the money. Typically, they won't necessarily speculate out of the money unless they do so in size to a degree, which will be kind of a bullish event or a bearish event, right? Like those caused volume. But the bulk of the volume will just be kind of at the money. Now, as you have more trading at the money, the wings don't get as much demand. So as they don't get as much demand, what happens in the options pricing models, right? If they're not getting demand, well, time is passing, they're going to open their bid-ask spreads, they're going to have different spreads, right? So that's going to incentivize traders to participate in those outside directions. That's how you get some of this incentive flow, right? That can induce a market direction and can kind of follow up, right? So what we'll typically see is some of these spreads will kind of be more attractive. We'll start to see flow tend to one direction. We'll see people piling in, and you see that kind of continuation phase. All of this stuff is just general, normal order flow stuff that you would expect. But what happens with positive and negative, positive gamma, or vice versa, is that as we get to these strikes, we expect that this 365 strike would need to be fully digested really before we can really appreciate this 360 or go lower. Similarly, this 365 strike on the upside would need to be fully digested before we could realize this 370 and potentially go higher. Now, what ends up happening is as you get to those positive gamma levels, they become very, very strong hedges. They become that overhead volume or resistance.
Right.
So you start going back and forth. This negative gamma position ends up being one that as you're trading into it, you trade right past it, or you get to it, the market kind of realizes you're at the money, and then it can kind of price and change differently. And you'll see volume measurably change in those directions. If we go into Hero, we should be able to see it on Tesla specifically. Because Tesla's where we saw it earlier, right? On the 400 there. So here's that 400 level here. As you get to that 400 level, you can kind of see, let me get the arrow. Where's the arrow at? Bam, there it is. You can kind of see right here that the calls and the puts decelerated as well. As we're ripping higher, you can see them kind of go in the same direction. And as we got down to this level, right here, this 398.7-ish level, you can start to see calls are starting to pick up again, right? This is kind of that expectation. We would, if you want to go long here, like if you would want to be long from 395 to 400 in this particular case, you want to still see that reaction at that 395 level, the same one we saw this morning or Friday morning, right? So you can't just like rip it, but it's a good indication if you start to get hero flow in your right direction. This wishbone pattern has been very, very solid moneymaker for me. I've liked it a lot personally. The other ticker I'm really looking at I'm thinking he's not going to make any move here is potentially Nvidia. This 183 strike, let me pull it up on Equity Hub, or the 185 strike, excuse me, is massive. Like this is a huge strike. Next to it, we got the 183 strike. Yeah, so like I think like we're just going to kind of pin in this general area. We could shift to this 180 to the downside here, but I expect to hold above 180 just because of the size of the strike. Any amount of volume towards this strike is going to make it much harder as expiry comes to get away from that strike. So that's
just get pinned there.
Massive. Yeah, it could very, very, very well get pinned there for sure. So I mean that's one of the ones that I would look at. It's hard to trade that directionally, but like if you own shares right here on a rip down to like 180 or something, I would probably look to like make sure you have a covered call here or something else just to collect some of that premium and reduce that cost basis, right? Just that yield, right? So I think that's kind of one of those areas that I would look at. In addition to that, let's see, what else were we looking? Oh, one of the things I did want to showcase was, this is probably something that the bear bulls traders might not necessarily know. This is kind of more of an advanced topic. So if you guys aren't interested in it, just give me feedback that you guys aren't interested in it, and I'll take care of that in general. But let's take a look at dollar, DXY, the dollar value, and look at commodities right now, because I feel like a lot of active traders are probably in commodities or looking at commodities or very interested in commodities, and they might not necessarily know how dollar will react to commodities. So obviously we had the war pick up. Now, straight away, no looking at charts or anything. If the United States enters a conflict that impacts the economy of the rest of the world, what should be expected to happen in general? Well, you would expect some dollar bullishness in general for those things. Safe haven assets benefit from these kinds of things. Treasury demands kind of benefit from these kinds of things. Yeah, exactly, Dominica. You expect dollar up, right? To some degree. Now, it might not be like 20% up or something, but it's going to be some measure of going up, right? Now, Conversely, with that, when you have these areas, you will notice that while dollar is up, typically metals will go down to the downside. And you can see that we do have a lot of this opposite price action. So you guys can see here, the blue line is DXY. That's just from the ICE-US data feed, so the official feed. And you can see that as we're increasing, you can see as we're increasing in dollar, we considerably get this. And this is during the ETH period. So like it's still very valuable. This is the 2-minute chart, but let's go ahead and zoom out to the 15-minute chart. And you can kind of see, go ahead.
Does the dollar react any way to positive and negative gamma with the market?
No, no. The dollar, well,
No, it doesn't?
I mean,
Okay.
it might, but yeah, it might, but like there's so little currency options compared to spot transaction, right? Because we're talking about the dollar itself, right? Like the options on the dollar are so much smaller than the true like carry of the economy having it as a reserve currency, right? And
Okay.
every country's bank will change dramatically based on the dollar's pricing, right? So like options are going to be very not supposedly helpful there. But you can see some very clear examples here, right? We're up on the dollar, we're down on GC. We're up on the dollar again, we're down on GC, right? So you can clearly see that this is kind of some of those areas. If you're not currently trading commodities and you're not currently engaged in a position, this would be a time that I would say, hey, be careful. Downside options could really, really hurt you. Short puts in this case could really, really hurt you. So just be careful of those things. I really like to kind of preface those things in general. Kind of going into that from there, we can see this in silver
like
too.
expect more choppiness is what it sounds like.
Kind of, yeah. I mean, it's just we'll get it. Well, yeah. There's a lot. We'll get to it. So silver's the same thing, right? Now you can go to palladium and platinum. There's just so much less volume there on those tickers, but you can see the point, right? When the dollar's up, metals are going to be going down. When the dollar's down, metals are going to be going up. Like it's a very, very inverted relationship, especially right now. So be careful of that. Kind of going into what you're saying, right, about this, like this is a precarious time frame. If we look at what we've got, so this is the first time that I think we've had this particular show during this segment of the week for expiries. I think we're usually 1 week before. I think we usually have OPEX behind us. Today is the last day to trade VIX options. Okay, so at the end of today is essentially the last day to trade VIX options. So the only way to expose yourself to any of the VIX options that will settle into futures is to use the current future that would correlate to it, which also means that SOQ for VIX is going to be tomorrow, which means that's going to resolve to a strip of options on the SPX. We'll see a lot of puts being transacted tomorrow morning. That's going to be a very, very big kind of thing. And this VIX element in general can be somewhat of a pin within the market. Excuse me. Now, that pin could be up or downside. We don't necessarily know, but you can see for the most part, if we were to just kind of look at price action over the last, period of time, it feels, we'll go to SPX because trading view messed up the, whatchamacallit.
Yeah, now SPX, we're losing some of that liquidity up on the top side.
Yeah. So, I mean, you can clearly see like we've been compressing to the downside here pretty strongly. And this could be, we release the pin in VIX and we could get an explosion in volatility, or we could get some mild upside. The founder's note had us bullish from 6,600 to 68. We hit that pretty close in the ETH. Vol premium was a big one. Nvidia's GTC event, VIX expiry obviously is always a big one. FOMC is interesting, but I think more interesting are going to be the other banks and those kind of things for the rates curves and stuff like that. And then OPEX as a whole is just going to be just crazy. So this 6,800 was one of those areas that we were really looking at. If you look at the ETH chart for ES, you'll see we did hit it. This is actually kind of a mistake because the way TradingView works, they don't change their active continuous chart until much later. So this was actually on the wrong contract. This was on the previous contract, the first quarter contract, and it should have been on the March contract yesterday. But we basically chopped sideways with some minor increase. This artifact you see up here is only because of how my chart looks, because it takes away the B tick. And the B tick obviously was at 0 at this point. We should have changed the contract. So don't worry about that. But we basically just traded sideways over the course of the day, and only 30 handles higher since the close. So I mean, it's really not a strong bullish event coming into this OPEX. I don't see. Well, if we were to put it in simple terms, one headline on the negative side could send the market screaming lower.
Yeah,
One headline on the positive side is not going to move the market significantly higher, I don't feel.
It seems
don't
like
think
the
the right tail's there.
sensitivity, the sensitivity to those big upside moves with news seems like that's kind of dropped off a little bit.
Now, if we were at 6,600, I would say the upside is definitely viable, right? Because you got that rip to the potential upside. But I mean, even looking at Trace in the near term here, the 6770 is still like a very massive overhead strike, right? Like there's just not a lot of room to really rip higher and gain momentum. Whereas to the downside, like there's nothing really stopping us except to this 6,700 strike. And we've ripped through that thing like 15 times, right? So
Yeah,
it's
look how
fairly
much we've
well hedged.
lost. Look how much we've lost on that
Yeah.
GEX up there too at 6770. Then we faded
Yeah.
off immediately when we lost it.
Well, part of the loss is because we faded off. So gamma's going to be most sensitive at the money and in the nearest tenor. So as we're closer, it's going to be much, much higher, right? Especially in a 0DT option. But this is one of those ones that I'm very, very glad that I'm mostly cash for the most part. I have some exposures, but they're very small. They don't hurt a lot, and they're all the others are basically yield. So downside isn't super bad, but it is one of those things that can be kind of interesting, and just concerning in general. So, but that was kind of what the founders note was talking about, was the 6,800 kind of potential rip, and we did see most of that. At this point, I would expect Brent to probably amend this probably tonight, depending on how VIX is and how the OPEX expiry looks. He'll probably be talking about that in tomorrow's note, I would expect, especially because it is VIX. Aside from that, though,
do you expect us
go ahead.
you expect us to retest that 6,800 this week?
I mean,
Kind
I
of
think
get pushed
I
back
would
again?
consider yesterday's move, like this move from Monday. Well, I mean, honestly, the start of Monday at 6650 all the way up until last night's volume. I would expect that to be essentially the move we were looking for to potentially happen. Any further move, I put less and less odds on it. And we're seeing that in Hero right now, right? We're seeing that in the actual flow. Well, let me go to the other one. We're seeing that in the actual flow. It's trending to the downside as well. Pretty much everything is trending to the downside. Now we are seeing a little bit pickup once we get to these levels. We do want to see that, but this is negative gamma, right? Slippery when wet. We're going to go both sides, particularly hard. Headlines could hit hard in either direction, so just be wary. Yeah, it's just one of those things. I know some people were looking at some tickers. Let's see, what were people looking at? TSM, that was a good one. Yeah, let's pop up a TSM. Let's look at TSM from the Equity Hub side first. Let's see. So this is just strong positive gamma in general. Now we do have these lower strikes in between here. These could be due to spreads. A lot of times what you'll see is a large trade can potentially so let's say you bought the 340, you sold the 335 or something similar, right? And then somebody else bought the 335, sold the 340, right? And you'll stack it up and you'll get this kind of like lower high pattern. This is still all positive gamma up until this 355 level. So this is where you would expect to see those reactions. on these smaller levels, you would expect to see maybe some choppiness, but not much. You would expect to see more continual moves in these directions, in both directions. This is pretty high overall gamma though for TSM, especially to the upside here. This next expiry means that even after this OPEX falls off, it's going to carry into the end of the month likely. This 350 strike probably being that top end strike. Let's see where TSM is right now. So we're basically just expecting mostly continuous choppy conditions up to about.
Yeah, especially up into that area as you move into it.
Yeah. This is ugly. Yeah, so 345 is where we got the kind of push, but again, you see this choppiness right here. This is kind of what you expect with that that positive gamma, right? The compression of realized volatility to a degree. You expect just kind of like bunched kind of nothingness for a while. Those smaller strikes where there's not any real influence in options, again, same concept, right? If you're not expecting influence in options there, you're not going to get much flow. And that was at like 340, 342. Yeah, so it's right in between here that we're just kind of sitting. Upside 350 could be good, but it looks like 345 is just not going to really be able to pass by it. And that's just because there's just not enough gamma there to continue holding that position at 345. So whenever the volume comes back in, there's just not enough positive gamma there. We just fade away because there's no gamma there essentially compared to the 340 or the 350 strikes, right? If we were to look at the 340 or 340, 350, much larger gammas as we go towards those levels, it becomes much harder to break away from them because time passes, takes more volume. So TSM, I would definitely say looks positive, especially on downside moves. But yeah, no volume other than that is going to probably hold you. What were we going to say?
So then even as you try to move away from it, the slower you're moving away from it, essentially, the closer you're coming back to it, right?
Yes, because the slower you move away from it, the more time passes, the more volume you need to continue to move away. And this is the big thing for us order flow traders. It gives that opportunity for order flow to step in on the other side, right? Because we're constantly watching the buys and aggressors on the sells, right? We're always watching to see who's in control. Especially if you're using something like Atlas, that's the thing you want to be paying attention to, those order flow events, is when you get to those levels, what is order flow doing? Spot game is fantastic. We have hero, we have options, but we don't show you currently, as far as I know, spot order flow. So if you want to pay attention to all the things, you need to add that third component. You need to be paying attention to that, because what we're telling you is when you get to levels, expect some hero action. And with continuation of hero action, you want to see some spot in your direction, right? You want to see the move continuing with you. You don't want to see options and spot fighting each other. So yeah, those are really crucial kind of elements. But a lot of traders, they don't necessarily use spot volume, or they might just use only spot volume. It's just one of those things. I like to use both. I think levels first is the way to go, because like this 340, this 350, right? I expect consolidated realized volatility there, right? So I'm not expecting big moves. What do I see when I get to my chart? Consolidated realized volatility, right? So it makes me comfortable because I'm already reaching my expectations, if that makes sense.
Yeah, it's we were talking about, I was with PCT with their live trading this morning. You know, one thing I really was talking about was you have a thesis of, at this level, I am expecting X to happen. And so what are those steps that show you X is happening, that show you this trade's valid, or that you could put your risk on here?
Yeah.
And having more information and understanding, though, when you get to this level, exactly what's going to happen. Then you've got to just determine, is that happening or is that not happening? Is this, valid to my trading plan or not?
And it doesn't have to happen right away, right? Like sometimes it's going to rip through because the volume is just too strong at that moment. But 30 minutes later, you come back to it, you still have that opportunity. And now the setup has finally got there and you're able to go. I kind of moved up to the next ticker. This is the MU. This is one of my favorite tickers right now. I like to keep an eye on it. It's sitting a little high, but it moves. This thing moves Gamma helps it, but it moves all on its own. There's just not enough share float really, I think, to like keep this thing relatively contained. It'll move $15 on a day. But downside, very, very strong positive gamma. These are encouraging to me if I'm going to get stuck with a stock, which I have a lot of shares of already. This is encouraging kind of stuff to me. But we still have this alternating strike pattern, right? 445, 450, 440. It's lined up where last price was. To the downside, we got 430. So what do I want to see when I go to the chart on Equity Hub? Well, I want to see us kind of holding 440, finding some strength, rallying up to 445, and potentially finding some resistance or something like that, right? Like I want to see the wishbone pattern have some type of reflection.
Do you take into account when you're expecting something to happen at an options level and then that's not happening? So it's just like not even respecting those option levels at all, like you would expect. You know, you go through one, not respecting, not reacting, it goes through another, doing the same thing. Does that kind of, throw a red flag for you, or is that something you watch?
Yeah, that tells me that spot's likely not hold, or spot is likely driving flow and not options. And that can typically happen in something like an MU where options are big, but it hasn't been big for a long time, right? Like options are big right now in MU because of the RAM shortage and the chasing from AI and everything else. If that wasn't there, options wouldn't be very big here. But if you take that compared into Tesla, options are always big in Tesla. Always. It's always one of the top 7-ish. I don't think it ever falls out of the top 7. I'm not talking about like the Mag 7. I'm talking like the top 7 tickers with all options volume. Tesla's usually in there. And that gives SPY and SPX 2 of those 7 positions also, by the way. So like it's a big deal, but its spot is still very, very driven. People own Tesla shares, and you can see it all the time because they sell the shit out of them, or they buy the shit out of them, right? It's just one of those things. So as we were kind of talking about, right, this 450 level, any kind of resistance or any kind of support to the downside at 445, I want to see, and then I'm looking to 450, right? And then from there, I'm kind of looking for that continuation. Looking at it right here, this is exactly what we got, right? We got 445, fall down, got some support, continuation to that 450. There's no real strong negative gamma to the upside above that. It's just kind of continuous positive gamma. So what do we get? We just get kind of a continual fade and then fall. Because there's no real driving flow there. So you can see we kind of continue and then fade, and then we're just kind of doing nothing now, right? And that's just because there's really no drive. For this next leg to really carry us into that 460, we're going to need volume to step up at this 445 level, and we just don't, or 455 level, and we just don't see it. So it's one of the other areas. But again, that wishbone pattern, 445, strong, able to follow, you get order flow volume, boom, you're rallying to the upside. If we look at Hero, it measurably changed right around the same time as well. We got to zoom out a little bit though. Boop, boop. Got to zoom out a lot. Sorry. Oh, there we go. So you can see right here, we got to this downside. You can see calls are starting to kind of start a little bit, but puts are really what drove this initial move. And this is telling because puts reduce some of the downside volatility in general because it's short puts, so they add positive gamma to the market typically. So when you're seeing puts increase things, it's really, really good because it's adding positive gamma. So any falls lower is probably going to be stable to a degree. But you can see that those puts somewhat unwound as well. So at this point, again, you're at that kind of slippery when wet. You're at the 455 level. It's not looking like we're going to hold it. We could potentially fade back to the 450 level, which is that strong positive magnitude gamma point. So this could be a fade right back to this 450 level.
So
right here.
So puts are put lines going north, and that is telling us that puts are being sold.
Yep.
And then that is, so you're expecting as you start to see that we're starting to build a little bit of that positive gamma and that positive gamma pressure to probably get into some chop there at the top or somewhere within that range if we don't get the calls coming back in.
Yeah. So once we get up to this range, like if we wouldn't have sold these puts, like if we got to this range and we see this strong downside call selling, this would not be something that I would be strongly concerned about, because the downside call selling is selling into the positive gamma that the puts just put on the market, right? So that's going to be compressive of realized volatility. But in this case, it wasn't just calls. It was in fact both calls and puts, right? So we got puts and calls. At this point, that's basically like a 0 DTE risk reversal or a short-term risk reversal to some degree on the call side for the SPX call side. So that really drove things. But if you look at just call volume for MU, you can see that it's very strong overall, right? Like it's led by calls, but this ticker is basically following the index, right? Like it's following spot vol because the options positions gave it to them. There's nothing there. What do? Well, we're just following the market now because we don't have any gamma at that 455 level really dragging us around, right? Now, once we get to that 450 level, that big positive gamma bar, it has potential to start influencing us, right? So the downside hero flow from S&P calls and puts isn't necessarily going to affect us as much, right? So this can be important when you're looking for tickers that have a lot of moves, so a lot of momentum tickers, but they typically don't have a lot of options flow in them. There's a reason they're moving sentiment-wise or something, but it's not necessarily like a staple that's going to move. And in this case, I put Meta, SanDisk is in there as well. I would put them definitely in there. Oracle is pretty commonly in that kind of category, where when its options move, it moves, right? But a spot flow is going to be very, very prominent in that area as well. We do have about 25 minutes left. So if other people have tickers that they want me to look at, I can do that as well. Or just questions. Like you guys just want to throw out questions, we can do that too. I see somebody said there was a bottom in SMH. Let's take a look at that. I like a little smash. Let's clear the lines here.
Sellers are really coming in hard right on the indexes right now.
These are big block trades.
Yeah.
These look like spreads too. So it's kind of interesting. We can actually see, this is the first time I've been able to see this in a long time. This is actually calendar trades that we're seeing that are getting placed here. And you can go into tape and see this if you guys want to on your own later. But the way you can see it is the fact that, so we have next expiry and normal available right now. So you can see both of them. You see how the shapes are essentially identical for the deltas, just slightly different magnitudes. This indicates that they're probably buying or selling, in this case, buying puts, and then probably selling puts on the other end. So it's basically a downside put spread to the calendar side, but it's a very interesting trade because you can actually see it pretty well on tape here. This is upside. These are both downside down here. And then there's another one that just popped up right here. So this indicates that downside pressure to SMH is going to be continual. Obviously, if the semiconductor ETF is getting hit pretty hard, that could have ramifications outward as well, right? So you should see AMD and others take some hits as well, right?
Yeah, Nvidia is taking a hit.
Yeah, so yeah, there. Nvidia at 182, I really like. This 182 level was really interesting. I think the 180 level gets very, very interesting to the downside in the short term. That 180 level has been pretty consistent. There it is. 180 level on Friday was very, very consistent, and it still remains very, very consistent overall. So
Yeah, I remember, I think it was like January that Nvidia was stuck to 180 or 180 or like 182 forever. It just like could not get away.
It's been a while. Yeah, we've been here for a long time. So this 180 level, 175 is where I've been tracking it. 175 to 185 or 190. Yeah, 190. This has been our range for a while. I've had a lot of shares. I've been selling puts on the downside, and then I've been cover calls on the upside when we've ripped. But in full disclosure, I'm not letting my Nvidia shares go. I will lose the covered call. Just eat the loss there, and take the appreciation. It's just to reduce my cost basis and my overall risk, right? I'm very risk adverse. Yeah, hedge. I'm very risk adverse in that I have many positions of risk, and thus I have to hedge them or de-risk them in many ways. Because I don't like tax events. And this year's already a tax. Well, I have to pay a lot of taxes this past year. Um,
I haven't looked
so
yet. I need to look.
so this whole first quarter, and this typically happens every year, I'm very, very risk averse because I'm staring at the tax bill from last year while I'm doing this. And it just sucks. Like, I mean, that's just how it is in short-term trading. But the reason why we do this, I mean, take a look at what happened last March, right? Like, this is a huge move, right? And then this is not as bad. Like, it seems bad, but I mean, we're much higher overall. We're much more stable. We're not really depreciating much. But these kind of moves are very, very terrifying when you own stock and things, especially when you're looking at retirement stuff. So hedge your bets. Hedge your bets is always something I look at. Did anybody have any tickers? Do we have any tickers? Let's see.
It's got to be something
What are you
good.
looking at? Anything?
I've just been looking at
Oh.
NQ and ES. That's pretty much all I stare at all day.
They're just boring.
I
You
know.
stare at NQ and
I-
ES all day, you don't trade.
I'm weird though. No, I trade them. I'm weird though,
Well, I mean,
JT.
there's-
I find it fascinating. I can literally sit here, I watch Atlas, I'll bring up a ticker, and I can
Oh,
literally
and
sit
it's
here and
up on
watch
the
it all day.
screen. I gotta go do other stuff. I gotta go trade other things. Like, there's too many
Well,
things
yeah.
too many things in the portfolio. LOY is another one. Eli Lilly. This is a really, really fantastic. Let's see, Chandra. How does gamma change from positive to negative? Okay, so long calls or long puts on the market maker side makes them positive gamma. Once they're hedged, we treat them the same. So once if you bought a short, or if you sold a call, right? The market maker's long that call. Okay. So because you sold the call, that's a bearish event. So that's negative delta. So they hedged initially by selling delta. So if you sold a 20 delta call, they sold 20 shares. They own the call. You're short the call. How do they hedge that event? Well, if we move towards the strike, they sell. Like, if we're increasing towards the positive gamma strike, they sell. If we're decreasing away from it, they buy. On the other side, if we're decreasing down into it, they buy. And if we're increasing away from it, they sell. That's positive gamma. How does it go from positive to negative gamma? Well, the opposite of how we got the positive gamma. Traders sold calls to get positive gamma. In order to flip, we would need traders on net to buy calls to flip us to neutral and then negative. So that's how you get to those levels. Gamma just means where the options are currently positioned. If they're long positions, meaning the market maker owns those strikes, that's positive gamma. If the market maker doesn't own those strikes, that's negative gamma. We expect, in situations where there's positive, negative, positive gamma, we expect a kind of choppy interaction. And we showed a lot of examples of that. And we're going to continue building those out because I think that they're very, very compelling examples. But that's the goal is to understand those perspectives. And that's literally all you need to know to make use of spot gamma from there, to get started on your education and get started on order flow. Because what you should use spot gamma for is levels and then order flow. Okay. Have your bias on where you are looking for. What are you expecting in the market? Why are you expecting that? Because that's something you can reframe and reiterate. You can constantly develop that, right? So have that. And then once you have that, have a reason to buy or sell. It doesn't matter what your trading style is, which is why, in my opinion, spot gamma stuff and gamma levels in general really works well with cam traders, support and resistance traders, any of those other areas, right?
Yeah, it could be confluence there with those levels. You know, you've got a big supply and demand area. Do you have an options level that's also there in your supply area?
Yeah,
you know,
exactly.
It could really impact having that exact spot where you can kind of expect, you know, something to happen, some hedging to come in, some buying, some support, and then just waiting for, like you said, that order flow to come in.
Yep. So net gamma, Chandra, is actually not call gamma minus put gamma. It's call gamma plus put gamma. Okay. Now, the reason why that net gamma shrinks is because most put gamma is negative gamma, most call gamma is positive gamma. So you get that kind of combined element to reduce the overall magnitude in those cases. But positive gamma itself is just long options. Short gamma, negative gamma is just short options. That's all it is. So in order for market makers to be positive gamma, that means traders would have had to sell calls to give them the calls that they bought
Yeah, and
to be long gamma.
when you were talking about who is owning the call or the put, or who's
Yeah.
on one side, it's the dealers that you're talking about when
Dealers,
saying-
market makers, entities.
yeah.
Yeah.
So the dealers have the calls. So then we get that type of gamma. And when they're short calls, we get our other type of gamma.
Yeah. And most of the options flow will go through market makers. Even if you and I are in there, typically you and I won't get matched up. A market maker will get matched and then we'll get matched out of it, right? So they'll match together and then they'll box us and then we're good, right? But in general, most orders will go through the market makers, and they'll pick up most of this inventory. Once they go from there, once they have that inventory, they shed that inventory, right? Like I said, they keep the at the money strikes for the most part because that's where all the volume is. What do market makers make money on? Transactions. So where do they want to be? They want to be at the money where all the volume is. They don't want to be elsewhere. They want to be right here. A logical way to remember, Chandra, is just long options, long gamma. If the market maker's long options, they are long gamma. If they're short options, they are short gamma. Positive, long, short, negative.
Yeah. So you're thinking of not the traders that are out there taking the options. You're thinking of the people that are
Market
actually
makers
distributing
orders.
or taking in those options. What is their position? Because
Yes.
they're the ones who were anticipating and watching hedging those
Yes.
positions because they're out of balance, so they need to rebalance. So if
Because
you
their
were a
P&L
market,
is not
yeah,
derived from the position, right? So the way a market maker makes money is they don't make money on market direction. They are market direction agnostic. They make money on the transactions, the bid-ask spread. So they make pennies on every transaction, but they have billions of transactions. So they make billions and billions of dollars. But they have to hedge that risk. In order for them to hedge that risk continuously, they have to keep track of those positions. So what do they want to do? Well, they want to get rid of the positions they don't need anymore, and they want to keep the positions that they do need. So they will offset in their inventory and try to get rid of a lot of that. Now, this becomes really, really prominent when you're looking at some of these strikes like in Equity Hub and you're looking at some of these areas, and then you start peeling away different entities, or you start looking at some of the out of the money strikes compared to the SGOI, which is the synthetic, versus the total, the open interest, the naive one, right? Yeah, Chandra. Long options, long gamma. Short options, short gamma. That's exactly it. It really is that easy. And in long gamma, what are you expecting? Compressed, realized volatility. Compressed, realized volatility. Long gamma, smaller moves typically. Negative gamma, bidirectionally large moves. Why would they go from long options to short options? Well, what do they make their P&L on, right? We talked about that just a second ago. If they make their P&L on just transactions, do they care about the market direction? Do they care about their inventory? Not really. Their inventory is priced for fair value. So what makes them short is that demand shifts. It's just that, yeah. This because demand shifts them to be short those options. And it really is that simple. And we see this update all the time. Trace, because you probably don't know, Chandra, and this is a great opportunity to kind of show you. Trace itself updates every 10 minutes currently, right? You can see down here, these come in, you'll see 1140, and I'll go left, it's 1130, 1120, et cetera, et cetera. Now, these come from a couple of different data vendors and consolidated and all that other stuff, right? But they don't come in exactly on that 10-minute mark, but they come in very, very quickly. They are coming in much faster because some of these entities are releasing 1-minute timestamps. So instead of having 10 minutes down here, you'll be able to go back 1 minute at a time and see some of these positions. And what you see is a lot of what I'm talking about, especially when you get into the weeds. It's really, really quite interesting. And then again, you can kind of see as we as we kind of talked about earlier, look at this negative gamma block here, Nathan. Just absolutely massive. Just sold all the gamma there.
Oh, wow.
And then up here is the only positive. This is precarious positioning. This is
Oh, wow. Yeah.
being long at the money options is potentially a decent option, but like we're not realizing any volatility. We are not moving at all. So like it's hard for this volatility to matter. It's really quite interesting stuff. So that kind of brings us to that element. Let's see what else. Oh, Compass is another probably area that people will probably be interested in because we are seeing some of these things start to pick up. So you'll see, obviously, when you have a lot of down moves, there's a lot of correlation in the market. Everything tends to go down to some degree, and then you'll see some skew with some upside potential. You're starting to see some of these areas, like Oracle has some very high volatility overall and a pretty sizable skew. This could be very interesting to potentially look at some of these trades. I believe this is an earnings trade. Yeah, this is an earnings one in 2 days. So ignore that one. And then Cisco's another one. It has moved pretty considerably. These are pretty big IV areas. Like we could start to see volatility get sold in a lot of these things, and we just have no volume, no realized volatility, and all this volatility just crashes. That could be a catalyst towards that 6,800 thing that we were talking about before. Let me clear all. And then energy was another one that was really kind of energy and finance. Let's get these up there. Both of these were pretty interesting because you can see here, they're not all correlated to the downside. We've got a lot that are still kind of like spread over to the other sides. But you can see some of your banks down here, banks and credit, JP Morgan, they took some big beatings over the last couple of months because of some of these rate cuts, right? We priced out a lot of rate cuts. This could be decent times if you're looking at dividend yields or things like that to potentially sell puts on, get some accumulation, stuff like that. This is going to be just spotgamma.com. Let me type it for you there. I would
JT,
like to try to say your name, but I could not try to say that.
so when you expect when we do start to get, maybe some volatility back in that we would really start to move? If that volatility just starts to hit, it can start to compound. It can start to just really.
My concern is this OPEX period, right? This week is very, very precarious. Today, like I said, is the last day for VIX AM options. We get this SOQ tomorrow. That is going to unpin VIX. No matter what happens, that is the primary volatility gamma point right now. Once that moves, we have opportunities to go. I feel like the reason that we're pinning is because even in this negative gamma is because of VIX. Like where VIX is, we're just lockstep with spot vol. My name is JT. I mean, JT or Jack. You can also find me on Twitter, DefNotJack. And that is also my Discord handle. And in fair disclosure, I don't care if you're a subscriber to any service whatsoever. If you want to talk trading and options, you can DM me on Twitter or Discord at any time, and I will answer any question that I'm capable of answering. And if I can't, I will just point you to somewhere that I can. However, there's caveats to that. If you ask me a question, you will work for an answer. I will not give you a straight up answer. I will make you work for it. I will give you the greatest answer you've ever had, the biggest answer you've ever had, the most amazing answer you have ever had, but you're going to work for it. It's the same handle, Kendra, DefNotJack. I am a former Marine though, so I do have some opinions on current things that are going on, especially related to transitioning the Marine Expeditionary Unit 12 days after an encounter. That doesn't make a lot of sense as a Marine, but hey, what do I know? I was just a Marine for a while, but anyway.
You know what they
you'll
say
see
about
that on my
Marines.
Twitter. Yeah, once a Marine, always a Marine, and very loud about it too. But yeah, you'll see a lot of that stuff on Twitter. But I love trading. I love options. I love talking about markets. I knew Nathan before he joined Bear Bulls Traders because all we would do is talk back and forth. It is fantastic stuff. So
No,
Um,
I would ask questions and then he would send me on a chase for like 2 weeks to find out the answer. And then I'd
it
ask more
was a good
questions.
chase.
It
It
was.
was a scripted chase, like you were going, but hey, I feel like education works better
If you
now
apply it.
with adults. Yeah, because the people who are reaching out to me, if you look me up on Discord or Twitter, you care. You've made an effort already. So, like, if you've made an effort already, I make the effort on the other hand. And then from there, it's just about, hey, I want to learn something. This dude seems pretty smart. Let him teach me. And then it just has a good response, right? Like it just seems to work really well. I found that that has been one of the best things. Is just treat adults like adults. And hey, I'm not going to give you the answer. I'm going to straight up tell you that, but I will give you the answer. You're just going to have to work for it. It's the same thing, guys. Def not Jack. Boom. I type it in chat again for you. Or you know what? We can just do it this way. Twitter.
I'll put it up
Oh,
for you in case it won't let you
oh yeah, it won't because I'm not even logged
throw it
in.
in there.
I don't use this browser for anything but presentations. So, but yeah, it's just Def not Jack. Yeah.
There, I threw it up there.
And like I said, you are always welcome to ask me questions. Okay. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter if you're ever subscribed to any service. Trading is trading and education is education. And I truly believe that we just need more education out there. So if you have a targeted
Oh
question,
yeah,
I'm going to help you answer it. I
but
just think it's
correct
time.
education too, not just
Exactly.
clickbait education and all that, like actual,
And we
here's how
launched
you
the How to
do it,
Use
here's
Spot
what it
Gamma
is.
course. Yeah, we launched the How to Use Spot Gamma course, and that was directly like I went in and like talked about a lot of these things. The CEO helped script all the stuff. We worked together. We did all that stuff. And then from there, one of the things that I want to do, and this kind of came up, and I really started thinking about it when we were at the Money Show, and it was because of the small groups that we were there. I'm thinking about opening a couple of small group like course style stuff where you have like deliverables. Like you're expected to show up to a lecture twice a week. You're expected to have 1 hour of homework a week
Oh,
to
I'm
kind
down.
of learn this kind of stuff. And it's going to be targeted for like small group stuff. And the reason I'm going to do that is one, I want to require face cams because while I was communicating, this happened the most with the three Chinese ladies, I was able to see their face and I was able to see, okay, she's not quite getting what I'm talking about right here. Let me reapproach it from a different angle. And then I'm starting to see light bulbs click off. And just being able to see their face and be able to react to those things. And then just sitting there and being involved with that while they're talking about those things, I felt was really, really good because what I found was is they're processing a lot of this information. And so I'm going and I'm answering another question. And then while they're processing that information, they've generated the question that they've wanted to ask that I've seen on their face for a few minutes. So that's one of the things that I want to do. That's a big push for me for 2026 is to kind of get that scaffolded set up and kind of outlined because I do think that small group education where you can have a targeted influence is going to be very impactful. I have no idea
Yeah, I agree.
what kind of thing that would cost, but I think that that alone is going to be important. And then the other thing, like we've talked about a couple of times, I need to get with you, and we need to just get me just more active in the community here. Obviously, people love questions. I love questions too. So we just need to finish that up between you and I.
Sounds good. We have another get together. You need to come. If you enjoyed that,
Yeah,
you need to see one
absolutely.
of our big ones where Brenton Matt have been there. I forgot Matt's name. And I think they really enjoyed
Chandra
it. Had a good time.
Chandra says, I have questions. I've written some scripts. I'm trying to understand hero alerts within 1% of call wall put wall or call wall put wall breached and how that total dynamic changes. Okay, so let's kind of talk about call wall breach because call wall breach is actually a really fantastic like explanation because you could see these kind of setups even not necessarily at a call wall because what the call wall is. I think our best example, what did we rip past earlier? Was it
Is it
Microsoft?
Tesla?
Which one was the one? No, Tesla held strong. Um, wasn't Meta.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Microsoft jumped at the open.
Yeah, but it held 405, which is the level I was wanting it to hold. There was one we were looking at that it actually breached and continued, and I don't remember what it was. Was it TSM? It wasn't TSM, was it?
Trying to
was
think of what
TSM.
else we listened to.
It was TSM. Yeah. Okay. So, no, maybe not. Anyway, what you're looking at, let's just kind of draw it here. So let's say you have a positive gamma bar here. Well, it didn't draw. There's so many tools here. I don't know where the rectangles are. Cool. So you got a positive gamma bar here for this particular trade. Let's say it's at this 340 level, okay? And you've broke this level, right? What you'll get, this is the call wall, let's say. Once you break this level, you'll get an alert that'll say we've broken the call wall breached. So what is a positive gamma level? Well, it's showing you the level of current maximal positive gamma. So what are you looking at from there? Is there any reason for us to continue in the upward direction? Meaning, do we have more positive gamma strikes directly behind us to kind of help that move kind of continue longer? Or do we have that fall lower? I think ZDKis is right. I think it is MU. You are correct. Yeah, we broke above right there. Thanks, buddy. Somebody was watching the stream. It was in fact this one. So what do we have there? We kind of have that push above, but where are we potentially going to fall back to? It's kind of going into that thing where there's no volume. When there's no volume, what are you expecting? Positive gamma is going to continue to trap us. Where's the downside at? It's that positive gamma strike. And so you get this potential fade back into this level that we were looking at earlier, this 450 level. Now, we did have those smaller gamma bars in the MU equity hub, if I remember correctly. So remember, that's where we expect some of those things. So maybe you don't get the full move, right? You only get part of the move. These are the ones right here.
Which is all you need.
So just be aware of those. Yeah, you only need part of them. Hey, $2 instead of $5 is still $2, right? That's still a lot of money. I'd love to make $2 on every trade because I sometimes make 12 cents. And there's nothing wrong with making 12 cents, but I'd like to make $2 more often.
12 cents total? Man, after fees and everything?
Oh no, I meant the stock appreciation
That's
on
rough.
12 cents. 12,
No,
yeah,
I know.
12 cents per
I know.
share. Yeah. 12 cents.
Just
Hey,
12.
I've had some 12
Yeah.
cents, 12 cent trades before. I've paid 12 cents to get out of a trade before a couple of times. I guarantee it. Yeah, I mean, tomorrow when I go to move positions for OPEX, because I'll be on the boat for OPEX period. So tomorrow I'll move positions. That way, in case there's an internet issue on the transit. I don't care about price at that point sometimes. Like, yeah, I'll give you the 3 pennies. Just get me out of this trade. I want out of this so I can stop and go play in the pool. I don't care about the $3. Give me my $3.
That's like me.
So yeah,
If I could
it's one of
stop
those.
and go ski or do something.
Yeah.
Not
Yeah.
be here. That's what I'm looking to do.
Yep. But that kind of brings us to where we were for the day. Like I said, man, SMH is still going down. Just all this volume, just
So the theme
down,
of today
down,
is
down.
expect more chop, unless we get some news. And then
Yeah,
maybe we get some movement
chop
and,
until this
and some
VIX
running.
gets out of here because volatility is just kind of stuck. We're sticky. Until
And
this
that's
goes
what we
away.
like. We need the volatility if we're going to move. So
Well, I mean, I don't want to be stuck because of volatility. I want to be unstuck when there's volatility because like I'm stuck here. This is a decent chance to sell premium, but like I don't want to sell premium with VIX potentially moving, right? Or us having a strong move. I want VIX to not be there, and then I want to sell premium after a move, like a big move. Then I want to sell premium. I don't want to sell premium in the middle of a move. That kind of sucks. But yeah, I mean, other than that, we'll be good. I think our next one we should definitely try to schedule during OPEX week 2 if we can.
okay,
And just move forward from there, right?
yeah, be great. I know
And then
everybody. It's a lot of info and
it is a lot of
coming
info.
in, but it's the
We
more you
do it
start
every
hearing
month,
this
though.
and looking back on some of the old videos, you'll just start to understand more, and you'll realize, okay, there's more going on than what I kind of realize, and other things I just need to be aware of. So
Yeah,
and that's all. You
we
just
have
need to
full
be aware
slide
of it.
decks for some of this stuff. For these though, the slide decks aren't very good for situational context like today with the current conflict, the escalations, dollar, commodities. Like there's just too many events to really sit down, I think with a slideshow and kind of give you some stuff, I think it's better to give you direct examples like Tesla, like MU, things like that. I think that those are more compelling. But yeah, we'll cycle into slides again at some point, probably 2 meetings from now, probably, I would suspect,
Okay.
where we get really
Perfect.
kind of deep into those and then like forward from there. And then, yeah, I'll get with you. And then I need to get into the Discords and stuff and start chilling with you guys. All right.
Awesome. I appreciate it, guys.
Appreciate it, brother.
Thank
You have a nice
JT.
day.
All right. See you guys.